actually the panel with the youth, right, around health and wellness. And I think a lot of common themes around what Neha Sharma said, discover and pick what works for you. I think that's certainly the case here.
Yes.
This next question, in one word, what motivates you? Mr. Sharma.
Idea of one word is hard to.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine.
Idea of what will benefit the people in general.
Okay. Next.
Nature. That's where diseases come from, and that's where the solutions to diseases are too. So nature.
Nature. Okay. Mr. Mishra.
For me, it's an opportunity, disruption, and making impact.
Okay. Well, here
it kind of follows together.
Yeah, interesting. So a little bit more divergence on this motivation, but it certainly not surprising given what we've heard throughout today's panel. And then we have one more rapid fire segment, but before I do go into that, I just want to give another heads up to the entire group that we have we'll have about 10 minutes for any question and answer for this esteemed panel that I'd like to position for any questions. You can feel free to come off of mute or also ping them in the chat and I can go through them. And then the last question, which can be more than one word, because it might be a little more work. Your top lesson learned in your career, Mr. Sharma.
Always be flexible and accommodative. Changes, people may have compelling circumstances that you have, as a business owner, you have to accommodate your employees, you have to accommodate your customers, you have to accommodate your other investors or partners. So business teaches you to, like Mr. Mishra said, humility. It teaches you humility because you have to make this whole project work. That's so in my opinion, that's a key attribute or characteristic.
Excellent. Next.
So top lesson I learned was from my professor, Dr. Mitchell in Canada at the University of British Columbia, the way you said it, Vineet. It was, don't fight nature. Figure out a way of working with you and figure out a way of using it. It has been there before us, it will be there with us, and it will be there after us. That is the core of Sanatana Sanskriti. So don't fight nature, figure out a way of using it. And that applies to everything. Scientific and technical problem you're solving, the people problems you might have, which is organizational, and of course, putting a company together. You need to work with the nature in all of those situations, whether it comes to problem, people, or your plans.
Sure, and especially in this ever so digital age, I think that's certainly very sage advice. Last but not least.
From my perspective, it's really two things. Fail fast. Often, almost every year, we change things which not a major change, but there's a fail fast, which is really important. Don't just keep going something which is not going to work. And the second one is to make sure that you really just fail fast and keep making sure the shareholder value is going up.
Excellent. Well, you've heard it here, folks. We've had a excellent open discussion where, some key takeaways from there is listen to your customer. The Brahmins are ideally wired for entrepreneurism as they are the keepers of Vidya. Make sure you call those 10 customers before you even start a business plan, right? See if someone would buy your idea and making sure that they're anonymous. If you can get 30 to 50%, you're in a good place. And be flexible, right? Be willing to pivot and know that changes will happen. And whether it's people, process, technology, governance, you need to be adaptable. So I think those are some of the takeaways I've had. I would want to first say thank you so much to these esteemed panelists to not only make the time, but share the wisdom, tying this back to our BSNA conference and themed. And I'll take a moment here to see if there are any questions in the chat for that. Okay, I do have a question, and we have actually two questions. So maybe we'll ask maybe one of the panelists to answer the first one and another to ask the second one, so that we can accommodate answering all the questions that are coming through. First one, that's how do you handle challenging teammates or employees? How do you handle challenging employees or teammates?
Do you want me to take it?
Sure, yeah, feel free. We'll probably have time for 3 questions, so one for
Basically,
one.
have a really honest talk, and sometimes you have to make a hard decision, get rid of them in a friendly way. When I say friendly way, don't create more problems that they go sue you, sue the company actually in this case.
Okay.
So have a discussion, give the feedback, but sometimes you made mistake, fail fast, means get rid of them.
Yep. Okay. I've got an anonymous question. Oh, go ahead. Go ahead. You can certainly answer.
Let me just add to that a little bit. Be extremely careful at the time of hiring, because in the very early stages of the company, you go from one person, let's say you are the founder, to a second person. That's 50% growth. That's right, the 100% growth. And then with every employee added, you guys adding a very significant fraction to the company. So some of the earliest employees are absolutely important, because as Ajay mentioned, they set the culture. And then you have to find employees that fit that culture to be able to grow to your mission. But then if you do run into challenging employees, follow the path that Ajay just prescribed.
I'll just also add do the blind reference check. Don't take it, always do blind reference check about if you can't find reference, that's bad actually too. So always do a blind reference check with employees. That worked extremely well for us actually.
Excellent.
Vinit, can I ask?
Yes, feel free.
A couple of things. I know you guys talking about a very high level, but there are sometimes you get involved in a business which is a smaller scale, like there are 4 individuals, they are on board members, and they have collected money, just like the Vidiji is doing some of this company. And you have it relates to healthcare business, which I was involved. And what happened, that the people over there, somebody who has 51%, interest in the company, he or she thinks that he wants the company. And therefore you need to listen what this person is telling, and whatever time and energy which you have put it in there. And it's basically, no, we're not going to sell it to somebody. No, you can't say anything. So what do you do for those type of situations? Or how do you manage? Do you need to get involved with this type of company as an investor? Or you get involved with that as an advisor or on the board? Tell us a little bit. 3 of you can, can advise on that.
So in my case, सबसे पहले प्रणाम मिश्रा जी, डॉक्टर मिश्रा जी, प्रणाम आपको. The ownership becomes a substantial subject matter, and that's where if you find investors who are in alignment with your mission before you take their money, finding smart investors, the right money is very, very important to make sure that your mission can succeed in the long run. But if you do run into a situation where the majority investors are voting on one path and you are outvoted, you have a choice to make, whether you stick with it, follow the mission, complete it, even if it means dilution of your own ownership, even if it means taking an exit when you wanted to go on, like I did with Pearl. It still is quite a satisfying experience because you get to finish the mission one way or another. And if push comes to shove, just go ahead, leave, and go start another business if it really becomes a serious conflict at the board level and at the advisor level. To prevent that problem from happening, find the right investors. Take smart money before you take the first dollar. Find the right investors.
Thank you.
Hi, Dr. Mishra.
Hi.
Nice to.
So
So
we have
I
been
think
involved in few of like the smaller groups and
you have a very good question, and this can happen in real life situation. This is important, or this is a key hurdle that can show up anytime. And what Dr. Dwivedi mentioned is where you have to figure out, okay, what is the right path for me to follow. In this case, if it depends, if it creates a good value proposition for your customers as well as your investors, then there is no conflict really. But if it is a conflict between your dream as well and there is significant exit on the other side, then you have to decide whether you want to go along with the other side, which is the majority owners, or you still want to pursue your dream of taking this further, where you have to leave and start a new company. But at this time, at this stage, you have already invested your time, money, effort, and it presents a very challenging dilemma for you. Should I drop everything, go start everything new from scratch again, or take this path where I'm getting significant reward from this exit, where they want to sell it, and we'll adjust, either take that acquirer to fulfill our dream, or decide after that to leave the company and then go pursue our dream separately. So that's, but that is a very good question, which entrepreneurs are destined to face in their careers again and again.
I do want to, we have 1 minute left, and I have one question that, maybe Mr. Mishra, you can address. What is your biggest worry or concern for the future of humanity?
So, I think the 99% and 1% have to have come up with shared risk. We all have to work together.
We have to find a way to build those bridges and work together. I love it. Well, we are right at time, and I want to make sure I think it's like a 12-hour program. Yes, Uncle.
Oh, just quickly on that question that you
Sure.
just mentioned, the human bearing capacity of planet Earth, that's my big concern. We are 7 billion right now. What about 8, 9, 10 billion? Anyway, that's a big picture. There's a real practical question in the question and answer segment here, in the chat segment. Myth about angel and VC funding. The biggest myth is they're on your side. Remember, they are in it. Nowadays, the classical venture capitalists and angel investors, they are really not around. The old days of venture capitalism, where it was all about company building, is limited to very, very few venture funds. After the Y2K challenge, a lot of Wall Street professionals started pursuing venture capitalism as a profession. So to deal with them, you have to make the right deal at the onset. And find the right balance between old style company builders and new style money makers, and somewhere in between you would be able to strike a balance. So this is tricky. Now, one more point about the previous conflict: majority ownership versus control. In Silicon Valley, where I come from, failure is considered a credential. it's not so bad if you fail, for whatever reasons. That's an experience. It's considered an experience. You go at it again. If you really want to go solve another problem, go for it. And often failure is considered as somebody who has actually the experience of knowing what not to do next time. So last 3 questions worth of answers in this one little monologue. Sorry, Vinit, I distracted you from your closure.
I'm very, I think those are great closing remarks, just to share on those various last lingering topics. So I definitely want to make sure you had that off your chest. I think served really well for this audience. So we're a couple minutes over. I just want to say thank you to the panelists once again. Pranam to all the Bade Log yahan par, and really appreciate everyone's engagement here. Looking forward to maybe seeing you virtually or in person in the Bay Area in the future.
Yeah, thank you
everyone.
everybody, all the panelists. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay. So we have the next presentation by Tara Wilson, but I want Stuti to introduce her. Go ahead, Stuti.
Okay. Tara Wilson is the granddaughter of the doctors Suresh Chandiwari and Shanti Pandey. She currently serves as a legislative and budget director to a state senator in Massachusetts and previously worked in legal services representing low-income families in Boston. Originally from Houston, she graduated with honors from Tulane University and Georgetown University Law Center.
Thank you, Stuti. Can we have Tara Wilson's talk?
Chris, are you there?
Huh? Is Sukrit there? Ratna? Is Sukrit
Hold on,
there?
I'm going to try doing.
Okay.
Yes.
Can you get the Tara Wilson's presentation?
Fine.
This is Tara Wilson. It's number 8, Sukrit.
It's number 8, right?
Yeah. I just send you the link on email. Ratna, you too. Oh, thank you. How to get involved in government affairs. What?
Pandeji, whenever you are ready, I am ready. Can you hear me?
Hi, my name is Tara Wilson. Thank you very much for having me today to talk about how to get involved in politics as a normal person. I come to this with years of experience volunteering with political advocacy groups and on campaigns, and then also working professionally in politics since I graduated from law school in 2019. The presentation I'm going to give is about 10 to 15 minutes long. I'll go through 5 questions that you should ask yourself when you want to get involved in politics that will help guide your path forward. For those of you who are interested in getting involved in politics, I'll also start by saying thank you very much. It takes everyone getting involved and providing their input to make a stronger democracy. So bear with me while I open the PowerPoint presentation, and thank you again for having me. So before I dive into the 5 questions you should be asking yourself, I thought I'd dispel the first myth about politics. Most folks think that politics look like the State of the Union address, the large party conventions with the balloons falling down, the hearings on Capitol Hill. And while that's certainly true, the most you'll see as a layperson getting involved in politics is more the small rooms where you're making a plan with folks, making phone calls, a little bit more disorganized, or behind the voting booth, maybe cringing at what you're seeing on TV, or getting out on the streets and protesting. It's not all glamorous, but it is all certainly very fun. So let's turn to the first question that you should ask yourself when you want to get involved in politics. And that is, what are you interested in? This is a really important place to start, because what's going to drive your continued involvement is your continued interest on a topic. It could be very general. You just want to get involved in with a certain political party whose tenets you agree with. Or it could be very narrow. You have potholes in your neighborhood and you want to address that problem. Well, all of these different issues have different people that affect them. So it's important to start with this. What are you interested in before you dive into your next question, which is how you can learn more about the issues you care about. So once you're interested in an issue, there's always so much information floating around. A good place to start is to do a little research and find out for yourself who's involved in these issues and how can you get involved, what progress is already being made, and how you can be most effective. So I put the Clarion Ledger and the Boston Globe here, representing both the Jackson, Mississippi paper, but also the Boston paper where I am right now. I start off every morning reading the Globe front to back and understanding where we are in the day. What are the current events going on? What's affecting which issue? It's important to find out where things stand, to figure out, where is momentum, or what are people paying attention to right now? And you might think they should be paying attention to different things, but it's good to get a sense of where we are today. In doing that research, you'll also understand which elected officials might affect your issue. It's also important to know who is representing you. And there are many people. You might just think about your members of Congress, but it is far broader than that. So I gave a couple of examples, the most direct examples. This is not even the full list of who is representing me. So starting at the top, you have someone like President Joe Biden, who's representing the entire country, including me. And then I have my members of Congress, Senators Markey and Warren, and then my US Representative, Ayanna Pressley. On the state level, statewide, Governor Baker represents me, and then my state Senator Lydia Edwards and my state representative Aaron Muklowitz. On a city level, I'm represented by the mayor, Michelle Wu, and my city councilor, Ed Flynn. Now, even beyond this, there are school committee members, there's state auditors, treasurers, a whole array of folks who represent you everywhere from the very local level all the way through state and nationwide. It's important to remember who these folks are because they're the ones that are influencing the issues that you might be interested in, but from different levels. So let's say, for example, you're interested in the war in Ukraine, and you think the United States should be approaching it a bit differently. Okay, well, who should you talk to? Well, someone like your city councilor or your town manager may not influence the war because that's not within their purview. They might be able to keep your priority in mind, but there's really not much they can do beyond that. However, somebody like President Joe Biden is empowered to do much more. Congress as well is empowered to do much more when they decide how much funding they want to allocate to the military or to international aid. And those would be the better audience for what you're requesting. Even between the president, your senator, and your representative, the president, who represents the entire country, may not have the same capacity as your US congressperson or your representative to respond and to take into account your opinion. Somebody like Representative Ayanna Pressley, who represents parts of a smaller part of Massachusetts versus President Joe Biden, Representative Ayanna Pressley will be much better positioned to respond and to incorporate my opinion as her constituent. On the other hand, if you're talking about something like the potholes on your street or in your neighborhood, somebody like the city councilor or your state representative and state senator would be much better prepared to respond immediately and to take corrective action than President Joe Biden. President Joe Biden or your US senator or congressperson may say to themselves, okay, we'll keep that in mind, should put more money in infrastructure. Well, that doesn't help me right now when my tire got busted 4 times because the pothole's been sitting there for 6 months. Let me call my city councilor or my state representative or senator or even the mayor to say, hey, can you fill this pothole and make sure the roads are filled with a different type of concrete that will make for less frequent potholes. In addition to your elected officials, there's also organizations that are often working or different groups of volunteers that are working on particular issues. So the next question that you need to be asking yourself is who is already working on this issue and how can I get involved with them? So a couple of suggested questions. What organization could you look to for guidance? Is your religious organization doing work around this issue? Do you have friends or family who are interested in the same issues? As a singular person, sometimes it can feel overwhelming to try and get involved. There's a lot of people who are already involved. They might know more than you, and that is all okay. So sometimes the most accessible point is to get involved by tapping into an organization who's already doing the work, and they can help guide you in learning more or what the most effective advocacy is, and then you can contribute with your own skill set. So let's take me, for example. When I moved to Boston, I wasn't really sure how to get involved. I was interested in doing more work around ensuring people's rights, their First Amendment rights, when they protest. So I signed up and got involved with the National Lawyers Guild. They do trainings on a regular basis about know your rights and about how to be a legal observer. So when folks are protesting, if there's interactions with the police and with citizens about ensuring that everyone's rights are protected and there's an observer there to ensure that their civil rights are protected. Had I gone about this on my own and restarted a whole organization or tried to learn all of this information by myself, it would have taken a very long time. Instead, I did a couple of hours of training and then just got volunteering, going out at protests, doing some legal observing, and then also doing Know Your Rights trainings for others. It made things much easier. And then based on what I learned from that organization, I could build onto it and expand my network of folks who were involved and make friends who had similar interests, which makes it easier to stay involved. And then the last question. So now you know what you're interested in. You've done a little research. You know your elected officials. You know some organizations at play that you might be able to participate with. The most important question, though, is how do you want to get involved? There's so many options here. So some questions that you might want to ask yourself. What is the most sustainable way to get involved? What do you enjoy doing? Those play together. It's really helpful for organizations or for candidates if you don't just volunteer once, but you volunteer on a regular basis. Not everyone can volunteer every day or even every week, but are you ready to volunteer maybe once a month? Or maybe you can't volunteer, so it has to be a one-time thing. And what does it look like to do a one-time thing? What do you feel comfortable doing? Some folks are going to feel comfortable doing the most extreme. They're going to feel comfortable protesting, engaging in civil disobedience. There are other folks that will not feel comfortable doing that, and they'd like to make phone calls or anonymously make a donation. And that's all possible and all within the spectrum of active participation in politics. You might even think about running for office, and that's, the most involved way you can get in the door. And then finally, how can you be the most impactful? An important question to ask yourself is, who are you? What expertise do you have? And what impact can you have in this moment? So say you're going to volunteer one time only. Okay, what is the best way to do that? Are you really good at knocking on doors or making phone calls and getting people to have a conversation with you? Or do you have a lot of financial resources so you can make a significant one-time donation? Everybody will have a different perspective that they're willing to bring, but it's all important to think about. And then, like I said, there's just a number of ways to get involved. So you can volunteer on a campaign, make phone calls, knock on doors, talk to folks, hand out flyers, hand out signs. That's pretty easy. You just go to a candidate's website and they will have options to volunteer, trust me. You could also work as a poll worker. States and cities often hire poll workers. So even if you don't feel strongly about a particular candidate, but you do feel strongly about people getting out to vote, you can work as a poll worker and make sure people have access to the ballot box. You can also volunteer for an organization that works on issues you care about. So this is what I mentioned earlier with National Lawyers Guild. Being able to volunteer with them gave me a great picture of what organizations are around in Boston and in Massachusetts more generally, and got me connected to a network. So it is a good idea. But, sometimes there might be an issue that you're really interested in, and there's not an organization yet. So this might not be an option. It just depends on what you're interested in. You can email your elected officials or call them. This one I recommend on any issue, big or small. It is important to have your elected officials aware of things you care about and why you care about them. It helps people set their priorities, and it helps make sure your elected officials are accountable to the general population. So don't ever think to yourself, hey, I don't know how to do this. I don't know how to write an email. It's very easy. Just say who you are, where you live, and what your perspective is. It doesn't have to be fancy. It can be brief. We get one-sentence emails all the time, and we take in those into account just the same as we do a formal letter from an organization. So don't be afraid to email your elected officials, but know who they are and what issues they might influence, as I referenced in one of the questions that we discussed earlier. Then you could also meet with elected officials or organizations to offer your expertise. So say you are a physician and you have a unique perspective, for example, on how hospitals operate or how laws and regulations impact your ability to run a private practice. This is something that you could Send an email to your elected officials, local or statewide, or your congressperson, and say, hey, I'd like to meet with you just to talk about my experience and offer myself as a resource to you. This can often be a really effective way to build trust with an elected official and start to build influence on a particular issue. And finally, one other thing you could do is donate to an organization or candidate that you care about, especially as we go into some bigger campaign season with 2022 happening right now. You're probably going to get a lot of interest from candidates about donating to their campaigns. So be on the lookout for that if that's something you're willing and capable of doing. So that takes care of all the questions that we had. But I just wanted to finish off and say the best way to get involved is just to get involved. None of this is perfect. Don't think too hard about it. One thing that's nice about getting involved in politics is everyone's always looking for volunteers. They're always looking for someone who wants to participate. So all you got to do is ask questions. Don't be afraid to ask questions. Don't be afraid that your question's too dumb. It never is. It's important to stay humble and ready to learn, and people will respond positively to that. So that's it for my presentation today. I hope you all gained a lot from this, and thank you very much. I hope you'll go out and get involved.
Thank you so much, Tara. Now we have the next slide presentation by Dr. Akaraju Sharma ji. Can we have his slides?
Am I ready to go?
Yeah, Dr. Sharma, please go ahead.
Yeah. Good evening. Namaskaram for everybody. My presentation is a very simple presentation. It starts with the slide. It is self-explanatory. We all build so many temples and mandirs and all that. Beyond building the building, what else can you do? I sent the slides to Sukrit ji. At the end of the presentation, those who want a copy might well have it. Can we move to the next slide, please? I have been very closely involved with the Bharatiya Temple in Chalfont, Pennsylvania. It was built in 2004. I had begun to chair the Health and Human Services Committee, and it led one to the other, a number of very productive programs, including regular every 90 days, a blood cross drive for the last 10, 12 years, or 11 years. So that is where my roots in Pennsylvania lay. By the way, I live in suburban Philadelphia, so you know where to look. You know where to locate it. This is a view of the temple. The next slide, please. Here, this contains a lot of information, but in a nutshell, back in 1965, when the Seller-Holt Act came around, became the law, there was a massive immigration from South Asians, most often IT people. Somehow by happenstance, the majority of them happened to be Telugus. Consequently, whatever is happening around in the beginning had a Telugu smell to it, in the sense they were getting together and getting organized. This slide provides you a number of information items, including after building the temple, we not only performed weddings and birthdays and so forth, and also Shraddhanjali, which we could not do before, and we could do it per se, and also we have reached beyond to have this Shraddhanjali, for example, as a community-oriented thing. So those people who cannot do it can come and join and so forth. And so this is a slide with details, and it tells you what we have done in the diaspora. And so these are all published, and my publications are all available for anybody through two channels. One, www.researchgate.net or www.academia.edu. Next slide, kindly, please. When you are at the temple, when you're at the temple, you often get questions in a number of subjects. Look, I gave you a select example of, we get questions in Telugu, we get questions in Tamil, and we get questions in Kannada, and so forth, just to tell you that if you happen to chair the Health and Human Services, you recruit people who can help you with. People will come down with a lot of questions. So not only building the temple for your social worship, spiritual needs, temples have a role. The role is how to reach out to people in their own languages. I just gave you a type case just to get a drift of what is going on. I am sure a lot of temples are doing, and I request the next slide, please. Now, if some of you are relatively new to this subject, you often wonder where the Hindu temples in diaspora USA started. It started in 1976. That's the very first temple. What happened was Dr. Alagappan Chettiar, who was a UN employee, Dr. C.N. Narasimhan, who as a diplomat and also UN employee, started building the first temple. What did they do? They purchased outright this dilapidated church, which is in Queens. I have a picture of it. And that temple has been had originally been rendered into a Hindu mandir. And now if you go to that area where the Ganesha temple in New York and Queens is, that whole huge block is all our Hindu-oriented presentation. What I am presenting to you is how we got started. That is the very first temple in USA. Then came the other one. There was one in upstate New York by the IBM employees. Then 1977, we got the next temple, the third one in Pittsburgh and so forth. And so things have evolved nicely. So this is only a clue to the timeline where the temple started from where we are now moving forward. Kindly next slide, please. What type of questions do you get? This is fairly straightforward, non-explanatory. You see a position, some people bring their parents and grandparents and whatever, and they can't speak English. Can somebody help? So it pays a lot to have within your own temple. I am sure a lot of you are doing this within a professional health and human services setup similar. Get hold of your friends who can help you with a variety of languages, including we have had participants requesting information in Tulu, T-U-L-U. If some of you know what Tulu is one language in India that has no written script. It is oral, and people speak and work in Tulu language. That if you turn around and ask what is going on with them, they live in more or less in Mysore, Karnataka area. Those that are adjacent to that area, say, for example, in Maharashtra, they speak Maharashtrian-based Tulu. Those that are living in Mysore speak Kannada-based Tulu. Therefore, it's an oral. You talk and you hear, but there is no written script. So questions come in all languages. Be prepared, and we have been. Move forward, please. One more. What we have done is we have done a number of things in that order, as I have just told you before. What we did was, when they came back to us with a request for medications, they got the medicines from India, they ran out of them and all that. Now you can get, this is some time ago. Now Dr. Google might help you, but besides Dr. Google, in India, those that are familiar with the American medical system, We have a physician's desk reference. There is one that is existent in India. What I have managed to do during one of my trips to India, managed to purchase and bring a copy of it. If you were looking for it online, you have this URL I have provided here. That's it, the physician's desk reference in India. Move forward, please. That's a picture of the PDR, and that's the URL for the PDR. So when you get a copy of the slides, you can log on to it and get to it. Therefore, if somebody comes from India with a strange name of medication you don't know, 99% the chances are very good that you will get the chemical name. That's how I work with. Once I get the chemical name, I know the American equivalent being in the pits in medicine from 1983. So the local names I know, but the chemicals names are common, but the Indian names are so different. It's hard, but there is a way to get around it. Here is a clue to do it. And all the services were rendered at our temple who sought help pro bono, no cost. Next slide, please. And again, at the temple, others may well have done it. We get unusual requests. For example, we had an elderly gentleman who developed cancer of the esophagus, and therefore all that he desired was he wanted to have Gita sessions, sit in the group Gita when it is rendered in Gujarati. Likewise, we had a husband and wife. The husband is the sole blood winner. He had a motor vehicle accident and he passed away. And the mom has no English and comes to us and want guidance. And we were able to get that kid guidance till the kid graduated from high school. So these are things all of you are familiar. And so I'm just presenting it to you so that you have some idea what we have done. Move forward, please. One of the areas where I have been involved from 1991 even to date is how we can get help for people who develop blood cancers. Don't get carried away. We don't treat. We find a way, at least, to help people to get a way to get a gift of life in a sense, as an individual living in, as an NRI, as an OCI, as an overseas person, how you can help or end under the unfortunate circumstances. If you yourself get a blood cancer or something of that order, where to find the help. And here is a clue, here is a picture, it's blood cancer. Majority of blood cancers can be cured. And we have done that, and I am proud to say, with the assistance of the Telugu Association of North America, 1991, they gave me the umbrella to get it started, and the rest of it is history. And Pujya Swami Dayananda, I did not provide that slide, from Sailersburg, was the one who blessed me and said, you will succeed. Giving a gift of life is the greatest thing you can do. We have worked very hard. My wife and my family, my kids, we put almost 40,000 in US. And so that's the database in US, and it probably is much bigger. Move forward, please. Here is a nice picture. You can see people from India can help. People from Canada can help. People from USA can help. And that is a gift of life. I will come to it a little bit later. And if you want to get more information on it, you have the URL I have provided at the bottom. That will help you immensely. Move forward. Blood cancers are treatable. I have already mentioned to you, we were able to do it with the umbrella of the Telugu Association of North America. You see the URL. What I have done in the last 3 or 4 years is a more recent occurrence that they have set up the same thing in India. And that organization doing it is called Datri.org. This audience will quite understand that word comes from Sanskrit of Data, D-A-T-A, gift. You are asking for a gift. They are set up in India. They have now branches all over. And all that they do is to recruit people by taking oral swabs and pass it on and put it into the database. So here you have the information, how and where to go to be participant in the gift of life. You as a person donating your life to a new individual. Elsewhere, I have published another article that was published in the BSNA last journal that under the title Miracles Happen, and that was published just quite recently. The beauty of that article in 2 words, 2 sentences, is that here is Acharya Chandrakant, who is a Kannada Brahmin. He donates his HLA stem cells, and all of a sudden he matches to a 10-year-old Muslim girl. Can you believe it? It's a miracle. Consequently, I belong to the school that people killing each other for religious reasons, there has no place in life. And that article is in the BSNA. It was published this past year. I just got a copy of it. Thank you, Sanjay Pandey and team. And so here you have the information to reach what it is and where to reach and how to go about it. And you can do it on your own. Move forward. Move forward, please. Now, this past July, within this year, Datri has this slide is crowded. I apologize because I couldn't simplify it to make some sense. When you read it on your own, then it need not be Western Union English. So it is crowded, but in short order, in the month of July, they were able to, Datri in India, were able to give the gifts of life to 1,000 people. They crossed the deadline. Isn't that amazing? So 1,000 people who would have normally not succeeded or would have had a fatal outcome are all alive and doing well. And so this slide is crowded. I apologize. But on the whole, the contents, when you read, it tells you what to do, how to do, and where to go about doing it, and so forth. So please, when you get the slide, please read it. And if you have any questions, do reach me. I'll be delighted to answer you. Move forward. Here is a picture, our Sanatana Dharma. On the left side, on our Sanatana Dharma. What am I saying in that crowded passage is that in many instances in India, we follow traditional marriage patterns, and that is usually, but not always, the marriage is matrilateral cross cousin, that you are there, person X, you have your maternal uncle or maternal aunt, you are a boy and you marry a girl with your maternal uncle or aunt's daughter. So that pattern has persisted for a very, very long time. And so that in anthropology, in which I have an advanced degree and taught that subject for many years, matrilateral cross-cousin marriage is very common. And those of you who are familiar with India, if you know, in Kerala, the government and the whole nuts and bolts of the family is run by the matrilateral system. So you go to a Malayali house, in traditional Hindu Malayali house, the boss of the house is not the man, the mom is the boss of the house, and that is the matrilateral cross-cousin marriage. And the same thing existed in some parts of it in northern India, in tribal country, but in Kerala, the Malayalis that predominantly have the matrilateral cross-cousin marriage. What am I saying on the left side is that the marriage patterns being what it is, what is important is you should develop and expand the database in India. Why? Because we in US are approximately 4.3 million Indians, of which probably 60% are Hindu, and we marry, and then if unfortunately we develop a cancer of the blood, then you are going to look for a data to get you over the difficult time. The odds are very good that you will find one within your own extended family. That's what I have done in this slide to show you that the whole country is wrapped up in relationship. So there is no way you can say, I won't do it and I don't want to do it. We live for each other, and giving a gift of life is the best thing you can do. Move forward, please. Here is one. leukemias can be helped. www.3, go and register. On the left-hand side, while it is crowded, what I'm asking you, all of you who are listening to this presentation, please urge your eligible family members in India to go get yourself oral swab and enter it into the pool and make yourself a potential gift of life givers. And unfortunately, I should have to say, if the shoe falls in your foot, you want to be looking for somebody where you can get. I think this is probably the last slide, but I want to add one or two more points. In USA, you can do it very easily. Reach www.b-d-match, and that is National Marrow Donor Program. The center for it is in Minneapolis, Minnesota, and a branch of it is in Washington, D.C. People under 50, they would sample you free, and they will send you the swab to your home. You mark all the details that they want and mail it back. People over 50, unfortunately, there's nothing we can do. What you will have to pay a fee. If my memory serves me correct, I can stand corrected. I think you pay one time $100 fee. You can take it off as a medical deduction, but however, that goes into the database. I think this is the last slide. If there's one more, I don't think so. So that's what you do. Then the point I want to tell you is that the database of the HLA cells to help you save a gift, give a gift of life, or save a life, or give or do the needful, or what you need to do is to enter, and whatever is entered into the in the worldwide network that's in Minneapolis and Washington, D.C. It's accessible for everybody. And the last point that it went into the earlier slide, they have also found out that we can treat sickle cell anemia by altering the genetic structure. There have been 2 successful cases that have been done in South Carolina. Why am I mentioning that? Is that sickle cell anemia and thalassemia are fairly common in those countries where we have had malaria. What it does is with sickle cell, it gives you protection against malaria. But the other side of it is the red blood cells with people with sickle cell anemia, unless looking like a biconcave disc, they are like a little sickle that you cut. Therefore, when there is an oxygen shortage in your system, they clog up the system. Fortunately, it is treatable. I am almost at the end of my presentation. This presentation, I'm giving it to you. I'm sharing it with you so that we can all join together and increase the probabilities of providing a gift of life. This is a semi-medical presentation. It has been simplified to present all of you in understandable terms. If I've been technical, you have my email on the thing. Please kindly reach me. I look forward to hearing from you. If you have any questions, you can request Sukrit and Sanjay ji to share my PowerPack presentation, and I'm very grateful for spending time with you. If you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer.
Thank you so much, Akaraju ji. It was really very informative in presentation. And before we move to the next session, I would like to thank all the IT people, including Sukrit, Ratnaji, Natasha, Rakesh, Pratyush, everybody running a whole IT, technical issues so far, not much, but we are doing very well. But thank you again for all the IT people. Okay, now let's move on to the next session, led by Dr. Salil Tiwari ji, and that panel includes Dr. Hitesh Dubey, Dr. Chintu Sharma, and Dr. Sopan Dubey. It's about health and medicine. Salil ji, please.
Hello, thank you, Pandit ji. Can everyone hear me okay? Give me a thumbs up, please.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So hello, namaste, and welcome to the presentation on healthcare and medicine. I'm Salil Tiwari, the moderator. I want to thank Dr. Pandey, Dr. Shukla, Dr. Pathak, Dr. Mishra, Dr. Mukherjee, and all the officers of BSNA for their hard work in hosting this annual event. Our panel consists of Dr. Chintu Sharma, Dr. Swapn Dubey, and Dr. Hitesh Dubey, and myself. Each shall give a brief presentation followed by question and answer. We have only 1 hour, so we really need to get started. So the first one up is Dr. Chintu Sharma ji. He's in Iceland and he's having to fight the Vikings, so he has to leave. So we're going to have him talk first. He was born in Los Angeles. He graduated from Berkeley with a bachelor's degree. He had his MD from University of Iowa. And then he did MedPeds at LA County USC, and he's in administrative hospital medicine. His topic is COVID on the Battlefront, Hospital Medicine in a Changing World. Welcome, Dr. Sharma.
Hello, everyone. Hello, friends and family and everyone abroad. I know Shrikant Mishra somewhere, one of my old mentors. I'm just waving. Love you, man. First of all, before I get into everything, can everyone hear me okay as well? Sound check. Excellent. Dr. Chintu Sharma, I'm a East Coast guy at the current time, live in Maryland. Grew up on the West Coast. I'm sure Salil will share email addresses and stuff. You can get a hold of me afterwards if you have any questions. But because of the time difference, I know it's really late for me. It's early for you guys. I'm going to get cracking. I wanted to go over kind of my storyline, what I want to go over. I don't have a presentation. There's not going to be a PowerPoint associated with this, but I wanted to share experience, because one of the beautiful things about life is having an ability to sit across and talk to people everywhere and to share moments in time that were not only unique, but they were, how can we say it? They were heavy. They had a gravity about them. And I wanted to couch it in one of the core principles of what it means to be Brahmin. We all have different areas we will follow to become better people. But the one that, and the core principle that kind of guided and has guided a lot of us through life is karma yoga. And that is the ability to take your work to a different level, to achieve things not only for yourself, but others. The presentation we heard from before was an example of that. And as a member of this community and society, it is up to us to not only espouse those beliefs, but to share moments in time where that really mattered and where that made a difference. And so flashback, we're going back in time to March 2020. Not only March 2020, but there are moments in time that, you know, can take us back further. At that time, I was the hospital director in a small, well, not a small hospital. I think it's a medium-sized hospital, Anne Arundel Medical Center out in Annapolis, Maryland. It's our capital city, and it has a lot of very unique challenges and folks. And flash forward to the 18th of that month when the first COVID patient arrives. At that time, there was no protocol. There was no knowledge what to do. There was a patient sitting in our, at that time, communicable disease unit, which is our observation unit. My PA is seeing that patient that day. And we're trying to figure out, in the matter of minutes, what should we do to not only safeguard the patient, but everyone on staff. You know, when you take on the helm of a ship, every single person underneath you is affected by your actions and your thoughts. And in a moment's time, we not only had to sit there, come up with ideas and ways to deal with this, we had to move all the resources we can in a hospital, which many people would believe would be a limber institution, but just like any other corporation or company is not. And so here I am sitting there. We're looking at the one person stuck in the isolation room, looking at what do we have, what do we need to build? And this is where you have to flash forward to what's beautiful about now. We have the ability to talk to folks all across the country. So my friends back at LA County, all the way to New York, we can flash forward and put together all sorts of ideas and share what we're doing. And so in a matter of 30 minutes, we're not only figuring out what to do, but we're putting together protocols. Towards the end of that month, we're not only meeting, we're creating order sets and ways to go forward. But the thing is, you know, as a Brahmin, you're sitting there kind of thinking, is what I'm doing right? Did I protect everyone? Did everyone get through this okay? And now come shortages. So now there are things outside of my control that are going to affect me for the next couple months. Do we have gloves? Have you ever had to ask that question? Do we have toilet paper? In the hospital, we're asking, do I have gloves? Do I have gowns? Do I have enough N95 masks for my team? Do the nurses have enough? Are we going to be able to go in there and take care of this person? What happens when people die? Are people going to be able to visit? And throughout those times, you face challenges head on, and you do the best you can. So protocols, procedure, this is all day to day. But there are going to be good moments and bad moments through these challenges. As we're sharing these internal blogs we created across the country, who knew that politics would play a role in medicine, right? We had no clue that shortages would curtail our ability to perform. We had no clue what we were dealing with and how severe the illness could be. All we knew is we had to make the best of what we had. And that is kind of, it's our destiny, you know. You sit there with knowledge and power. A couple, you know, lectures ago, someone mentioned something that was brilliant. He said, you know, as Brahmins, we're keepers of knowledge. We're the ones who have to administer it. And we should administer it in business. We shouldn't be afraid of that. Well, in medicine, the same held true. So after building up a whole program of stuff, it's a day-to-day strain of just maintaining that takes a toll on our soul. 5 weeks of daily meetings, 5 weeks of working on making sure we had supplies, 5 weeks of training everyone to ration what we had when we've never done that before. And then at the same time, having our own internal blogs across the country get infiltrated by politics. I didn't think politics should ever play a role in medicine, but we're going to see that happen more and more with time. The main thing I wanted to just go over is when we go through these moments, it's very important to consider everyone around you and to work as hard as you can. I don't want to go through too many details. Some of them are still raw. There are people that we did, you know, lose. There are people that we wanted to save, we couldn't. But from the forefront to here, if you were to ask, would I ever do this again? The answer is yes. Because as a Brahmin, we stand for the challenges and we stand for the mission. And our mission is to make this world a better place, to do the best we can to those around us. So that's all I wanted to go over, Salil. I was going to open up to questions later. The forefront of medicine and the thing that was revolutionary about what we saw, this is a matter of perspective. We were able to move resources around faster than any other place on Earth. We were able to get vaccines quicker than every other place on Earth. We were able to move science faster because every hospital and everyone that worked participated in a study, whether you knew it or not. And all those studies were run behind the scenes by the folks at the NIH, while my friends at the FDA were working on figuring out what resources and tests we could use safely. And all this stuff was happening simultaneously at a speed, which it's breathtaking. So from the perspective of someone who just saw history happen, and what I want to share with those young ones out there is as long as you keep your head up and do the right thing, you're going to see amazing things happen. And we did. And so that's it. I wanted to thank everyone for your time. Medicine is a beautiful thing. And, you know, for you young guys out there that are on this, I want you to remember, you know, no matter what obstacles you face, as a community, we build tools. And our belief system, our dharma, our karma, all that stuff gives you the ability to stand and do things no one else can, especially when the fire is hot and you have to deal with it. So yes, we fought off Vikings. Salil, the other day I hiked up to a volcano, so I did get to see lava spew out. It made me think of Shiva and the, you know, the internal power of where we come from and what we do.
Well,
And
believe it or not, we have a lot in common with the Vikings.
we do. I mean,
Yeah.
their principles were simple though.
Okay, so can you stay for a little while for the question and answers at the end, or what do you want to do?
What I'll do is I'll share my email address in the feed.
That'll
on
be
the site.
perfect.
And
Okay,
then whoever has questions, I mean, feel free to reach out. I can act as a resource for young guys who want to push on ahead. We got lots of stuff we can do. So nice to see
great.
you.
Thank you, Dr. Sharma. Next up is Dr. Swapnil Dubey. Dr. Dubey and I go back at least a year when he helped me get this presentation last year. Dr. Dubey was born in India, and at age 7, he moved to the United States. He graduated from UT Austin with an undergraduate degree. He did his MD from UT San Antonio, emergency room medicine residency from sunny Stony Brook. He did an executive MBA from UT Austin, and so anyway, and emergency room medicine in Houston is what he has been doing since 1999. He's in healthcare leadership and multiple healthcare entrepreneurship, just to pay for his MBA that he did. So I present to you Dr. Dubey with his topic being international travel in this COVID world. And one other thing, Dr. Dubey has 2 children, a 16-year-old son and a 12-year-old daughter. Well, we look forward to hearing from you, Dr. Dubey. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Salil. And after listening to Chintu, I've never been more proud to be a Brahmin. Wow, he hyped that up pretty good. And also with him leaving, the bad news is that I've passed on to the older side of the group. As I looked at the audience, I was thinking about what they see as doctors and what we were representing. And despite all his wonderful hair, Hitesh has just pushed me over to the older side. So that sucks. But anyway, it's really good to be here. I'm going to try this share screen thing. All right, cool. And all right, I always have to give a few props to my parents. In other words, they're the ones who told me you will be doing a speech today. And I said, okay. Satish and Anara Dubey and Dr. Keshav Shukla, who's always supported me in my Brahmin endeavors. All right, so I got a couple of quotes, a Desi one and a non-Desi one. And as we talk about international travel, the overwhelming message I have is to do what you need to do to enjoy your life. Whether you're a senior citizen or even young Hitesh over there, you can, we just don't know how much time we have left, right? So the point I think that any of the doctors or any of the leaders in this thing will tell you is to enjoy every day to the fullest. So Oscar Wilde said, to live is the rarest thing in the world. Most people just exist. I've certainly been guilty of that, unfortunately, for too long of my life, but I've seen the light. And so I wanted to share that with people. And then our own Mr. Nehru G, life is like a game of cards. The hand you are dealt with is determinism. The way you play it is free will. In other words, we, as much as some of our folks like to just complain about the cards we're dealt, it's what you do with them that really matters. And so in the idea of COVID, and every day when you look up or you watch the news or you read the paper or even your medical journals, the advice given by the so-called experts is changing. And, you know, a common question I hear from my parents and other Indian people in the senior group is, hey, beta, can I go to India or China or, you know, whatever, Europe? So more commonly India. And the thing is, when you start reading, you feel like this guy, because you have no idea what is safe, what isn't. And so in regards to the advice that we hear, we want to make sure that first we have to acknowledge that there's conflicting information everywhere you look. And whether you're on Twitter or Facebook, everyone is an expert. The less someone knows, the more they seem qualified as an expert in their own mind. Also, the group mentality is important because if you are the only one wearing a mask and following all these rules and everyone else in your family, including your kids and your parents, are just doing whatever they want, it really doesn't matter that you don't go anywhere. They're bringing it home to you. And so at the end of the day, just to be knowledgeable about what your risks are, some of those risks are at home. And so there's no need to overly do it if you're going to, you know, assimilate with people who aren't. It's the mean of the risk that matters. And knowing your place in the demographics, Salil and I were talking earlier today, and my understanding always when I speak to this group is that I'm really speaking to my parents' generation and the seniors in the group. And that is because whether you're in India or here, most of the people that are you know, younger either have their own thing or they're not going to take advice from this group. But nevertheless, it's really nice to understand from Salil that our demographics of the audience is changing, and it's nice to welcome newer, younger people, even though that means they're pushing me and him, Salil, towards the older guys. All right. As you can see, that has really annoyed me. Vaccine, to vaccinate or not to vaccinate? Yes. If you are one of the few people that are still not vaccinated, please, please, please go get vaccinated. The booster is the more common question that's actually of importance. Infectious disease experts around the world are starting to themselves question whether we need a booster or not. And well, you could say for them, it might be, you know, a controversial question, but I believe that in our senior citizen population, they're a little bit older, they have more medical comorbidities, and they also have more limitation in regards to their physical activity and exercise. I would certainly say each of these issues is very individual and personalized, but especially in light of this topic about traveling internationally or potentially endemic areas, I would certainly strongly consider having your booster up to date. It's always important to check with your doctor, and it's relative to when your last COVID is. Like, in other words, I just had COVID about 4 weeks ago, but it would not be recommended that I went and got vaccinated the following week. There's all timing and logic to all this. So it's always important to check with your doctor on these things. This is always interesting because as much controversy as we've had, and as Chintu earlier said, at one point we were stealing masks from each other. So, you know, if my dad and I were talking about this because admittedly, I don't know about what some of the social protocols are in India, because I'm pretty much only familiar with the States here. And here, a lot of people don't really wear masks anymore. We certainly all wear them in our clinical settings, but it's almost to just to follow a rule, kind of like when they tell you not to use cell phones in the hospital. That's nonsense, but we just keep doing it because people tell us to. So when your doctor's using a cell phone and not wearing a mask, it probably doesn't behoove you. It doesn't really matter in front of the patient. But that being said, masks are important. They've played an extremely important role. But if like my dad was saying, if you're in a very busy marketplace, it's kind of common sense that you're going to wear a mask even if you step out, even if you stand out. However, when you go back home to your family and the other 18 members, this we're talking about in India, and the other 18 members in the household have also been to various markets without a mask, does it really matter that you wore the mask earlier and everybody's sitting at dinner together? No. So again, that goes back to our original point of, you know, family unit decisions and those kind of things. And at the end of the day, to my parents and to your parents and my friends, I say, if you're going to travel from the US to India, wear a mask. If you're going to travel from India to US, wear a mask. It's always important, at least for individualized risk and changing circumstances. The odds of getting COVID and dying on a plane are much lower than driving around, but somehow it just makes sense because the close compartment and exposure to people that you typically wouldn't. So the answer is maybe, but on a day-to-day basis. But in the light of international travel and the landscape, I would say yes. This is the idea of when I was 4 years old and begging my mom, can I go play? Well, now it's the reverse way, you know, and then we have lots of people that just want to travel. They want to live their lives. Some people may not have 10 more years and some people have. So, you know, can I go? Can I go to India? Or if I'm in India, can I go there? Or whatever it is. Each person is unique in their risk scenario. And so I don't speak in regards to giving advice to your family or to your loved ones, but this is just sort of to try to put the conversation into perspective. speak to your loved ones. Some people, again, going back to the family unit decision making, is if each person has their own financial, emotional risk profile, that this is not a universal advice. And then this is where I would typically make fun of my mother. But you remember, communicate with your doctor, get your advice where it matters. Your neighbors, uncles, sisters, cousin heard something about a story that doesn't really matter, in fact, even listening to the news, as was mentioned in one of the comments, this is the first time in history where politics and science are sort of so intertwined that even various different experts that have credentials have different biases and based on their own agendas. So, and the other final thing to remember about this is if my father was talking about travel at the end of the year, and we were talking about it, and that advice that I was given, if somebody else was present during that time and they went and took that advice and used it for themselves, you have to remember that when we made that decision in March, a lot of things may happen between March and November. It's always important to update your information, consult with your physician, and be aware of various different endemic changes during the time. So the time that you actually travel is the factors that one should take into account, not when the decision was made. One of the most common questions in healthcare today is, hey, and I've gotten calls about this almost weekly, hey, can you prescribe me some Paxlovid so when I leave, and if I get it, I'll just take it right away. My friend's friend told me it worked great for them and their doctor did it. Why won't you? I get that a lot. Why can't you do it? My friend's doctor did it. Well, each person, I have used Paxlovid. I strongly recommend it for certain patient populations. There is a specific side effect profile, but most importantly, there's a lot of drug-drug interactions, especially for people with cardiac disease and various neurodisorders. The drug-drug interactions is probably the most limiting thing about Paxlovid. In a scenario where there's limited positive result from the Paxlovid, one really has to weigh into account holding their antiarrhythmic or anticoagulation, heart and brain meds, so they can take the Paxlovid. You're doing more harm than good. Again, this is why it's really important not to worry about what your neighbor's friend did, but rather to individualize your care to your scenario. The timing is also important. It's a little bit of different than what the indications say, but anywhere from 3 to 7 days within onset of symptoms, not when you're tested or when the test came back 3 days later. The timing is really important from when you started first having symptoms, which, having had COVID myself, sometimes is not that clear to us. So taking it on your own and making all these decisions is really for those that are well-versed in the decision-making process, and not necessarily just a good idea to go get your doctor to give you Paxlovid and go free willy. It's really important to understand what it is to take this medication. And for those that don't know, in theory, this medication, if you start it in time between when the symptoms start and when you figure it out, then it can make the potential COVID from becoming a really bad disease in the small percentage of population, and it can keep your symptoms at a minimum and keep you healthy and not die from it. And then there's this 1% rule. In small 1% of the population that take the Paxlovid, they stay positive for a little while, they get better, and about 10 to 14 days after the initial thing, or usually about 7 to 10 days after the resolution of symptoms, they get it again and they convert back to positive. It does not mean that it didn't work or that you didn't get COVID or you have it again. All it means is that it's still shedding virus and it's just a lab phenomenon that doesn't really change that much. Testing is a very common area of confusion for healthcare experts themselves and for people. Home tests are accurate. Some people think, oh, it's better because it's free, it might not work. The ones that we have been given through tremendous efforts by, it sounds like those like Chintu and a bunch of people, are extremely accurate and very useful, especially during travel. If you're going, take some tests with you, and you can use this to help coordinate your timing. You can't change your result, but you can certainly change the timing of your planning. Confirming test requirements are important. Airlines and certain visa people in different countries may not take your test result at home as accurate, depending on how well you followed it and things. So oftentimes be aware that even though your test at home is negative, you may need to prove it by an official test with proper paperwork. I'm trying to hurry. I know I'm on my time limit here. Antigen versus PCR. Some airlines require PCR testing, and you have to be very careful when you plan your trip in that most places the PCR testing takes 2 to 3 days. A few people actually offer rapid PCR testing, and especially in international travel, many of the airlines do require PCR testing. So you have to know that in advance so you can plan your testing appropriately. Keeping it while you travel is important. And then also how you interpret your results is important if you're going to make decisions, which again is why I don't like when people randomly get their doctor to give them medications and figure it out themselves. Because like if you're reshedding like that small 1% population with Paxlovid, it's important not to go and do a bunch of medical things, but know why your test is negative and positive. Knowing that the antigen in a small percentage of people test positive for 3 months. And we've seen this happen. That doesn't mean you skip work for 3 months or any of those things. It just means that some people's positive test stays positive longer. All right. These are my 2 kids. And that picture is of a man jumping up and enjoying his life. Thank you. And sorry if I went over.
Oh, no, that was perfect. Thank you very much. Dr. Hitesh Dubey, you are up next about the subject of urology. And I wanted to be sure that it was urology, not neurology.
You are correct. I'll save the latter for you.
Well, you know, I actually got called in when I was a resident to put in a Foley catheter, and it was a mistake. They thought they called the urologist, and after I put it in, I said, "Why am I doing this?" Then they told me. So there it is. The floor is yours, sir.
Thank you. All right, let me share my screen here. All right, can everyone see my screen? Good. All right. Well, like I've already been introduced, I'm Dr. Dubey. I am currently a urology resident finishing up training year 5 of 5. I just wanted to discuss a little bit about prostate cancer screening. As a urologist, I'm just a plumber, so I don't have much to add with regards to COVID or COVID protocols, and I'll save that for more smart people. Just kind of a brief overview of prostate cancer. It's the most common cancer found in men. About 1 in 8 will be diagnosed in their lifetimes, and it's commonly diagnosed after the age of 65. Screening typically will start with the primary care physician, but sometimes that overlaps with us. And once you start heading down the route of treatment, it's important to talk with a urologist about this, and sometimes we rope in different types of cancer doctors in this as well. Screening for prostate cancer, we generally recommend this for everyone from the age of 55 to 70. It's a little more nuanced if you're under the age of 55, if you have had multiple family members with other types of cancers, not just prostate, but also prostate cancer on your father's side. And if you're over the age of 70 and you think you will live for more than 10 years, then we will discuss screening and treatment if it comes to that. Screening is done by checking PSAs and examining in the clinic. So this is something you should come in to see your urologist for. PSA is a protein made by the prostate gland. It circulates in the blood. Normally, we expect it to be less than 4, but as you age, it will rise a little bit. But there are other benign causes of elevation in PSA, which, again, you can talk to your doctor about. So once you get diagnosed with an elevation in PSA, what you should do is go and speak with a urologist. It can be, like I mentioned, it can be related to prostate cancer. It can also be related to benign elevations, such as a condition called BPH, which I'll touch on in a second. But after speaking with your urologist, typically the next things you want to discuss are possibly repeating a PSA if you think it was one of these benign sources that caused the rise. But typically, we'll start considering doing a prostate biopsy if we are worried in how high it is and based on your history. And typically in the past, this was done with just an ultrasound. It was a transrectal ultrasound probe or a transperineal. So 2 different options there. But in the past few years, we've started using adjunct imaging techniques. We get an pre-biopsy prostate MRI. Sometimes we have issues with insurance companies approving it beforehand. But what that allows us to do is target the biopsy to areas of suspicion a little better. The MRI cannot diagnose the cancer, but it can identify areas of suspicion, and with some overlaying technology and software, we are able to use ultrasound technology with the overlaid MRI to guide the biopsy course. Then if you are diagnosed with prostate cancer, there's some adjunct modalities that we utilize in further determining what kind of treatment is best for you. In the past, that could include a CT and bone scan, particularly if you're in the intermediate or higher risk for prostate cancer. But an exciting technology we're using now is PET scans, which will tell us it tells us how far the disease has spread and if it's just prostate localized, and it's a little better than just the bone scan. And there are some adjunct genomic tests, but the data is kind of variable on depending on which test you use, how useful it is. And just touching briefly on BPH, this tends to be more common in people of our ancestry rather than prostate cancer, just from an epidemiologic standpoint. BPH is just benign enlargement in the prostate. It can coexist with prostate cancer. That's important to know, but not everyone who has BPH has prostate cancer. But the problem with this is the prostate can enlarge over time, or it can impinge on the outflow tract of the bladder, so the path of urine to exit. And as Dr. Tiwari mentioned, and I'm sure Dr. Dubey sees very frequently, you get a lot of men who can't urinate. That's kind of the end stage of this condition. But before that happens, you will develop lower urinary tract symptoms, which are most commonly, some of these are urgency, having to urinate all the time, having to urinate frequently, both in the daytime and the nighttime, not feeling like you're emptying or you're dribbling urine. The important thing to know about this is if you are having these symptoms, you should go and talk to your primary care doctor about them at the very least. Chronically, these symptoms arise from straining to urinate, and over time this can disrupt the normal behavior of your bladder to eventually where you can't urinate anymore. So it's important to address these early on. There's different options available, whether they're medical or surgical. Typically patients start medical because they're least invasive. But at some point in some men, the medical options don't work anymore, and you'll notice progression of symptoms again. And those men are candidates for surgical intervention, or if you just don't want to take medications anymore, you can have surgery. That's just a brief overview of the prostate gland. Urologists take care more than just men and more than just the prostate gland, but I figured it was appropriate for today. So thanks for listening. Here's my email address, and I'm open up for questions as well.
Thank you very much. Thank you. That was great. I'm going to move ahead with my talk and finish it up, and then we can have questions at the end if that's okay with everyone. Let's see. How am I going to? Can you all see anything?
Yes, we can see it.
Give me a thumbs up. All right, my talk is on dementia. So, disclaimers. All right, none of this is my original scientific work, and this presentation doesn't constitute any medical, social, legal, or political advice, okay? My biggest disclosure is that I was trained in neurology when I was a senior medical student by Dr. Shrikant Mishra. So I'm gonna let you keep the remarks to yourself, but he was a great professor. We're going to look at this a bit differently. So the objective is really to create interest in science. So it's for the general people out there, and we'll answer the questions of where, what, and how. So where, obviously it's in the brain, but no one talks about why do we have a brain? That's really an interesting question, I think. Well, to answer this question, we have to open up a scientific toolbox, and we have to look at the time frame as to how things came to be that we have a brain. Well, this is the scientific toolbox. All of our knowledge that we have about the physical world is under the field of physics. A small portion of the physics that has to do with electrons is covered by chemistry. And a small piece of chemistry that has to do with carbon, hydrogen, and oxygen is covered by biology, and so on up the ladder. I just wanted you to be aware of this. The other thing is you need to know some sort of a temporal framework. So this is kind of busy, so let me make it simple. Suppose the universe was only 24 hours old, okay? At the Big Bang, within the second, hydrogen and helium was formed, and then it took about 1 hour for carbon and oxygen to appear because it had to be cooked inside the star. And this repeated about 3 times through the sun, and we had third generation star, which is our sun. And as the Earth, one of its planets, cooled down, the carbon and oxygen was enough on the planets to get the chemicals started to have life. And that occurred at 16 hours after the origin. And then these bacteria came along and pumped the atmosphere with oxygen. They allowed us to have lots of energy. And then 1 hour before the end of the day, in the Cambrian explosion, we have what is called the nervous system, which then evolved into the human brain. So here's another interesting thing. The composition of the universe and our biological bodies are very similar. So if you look at the most frequent by number to least frequent in the universe, it's the same order as for living things. Helium and neon don't participate because they're not part of, they don't make molecules. Now, life, I just want you to understand, is just a special case of chemistry. And it's a process. There's nothing you can grasp and put in a bottle. It's a process. It's a dynamic organization of interacting chemicals within a body. And the body responds by adapting to the surrounding, and the species responds by evolving over time because the environment changes. And during this game, energy is used for growth, maintenance, and reproduction. That's basically the key. Now, here's what you need to see the big picture. Light hits the plants, they make oxygen and glucose. Mitochondria uses the oxygen and glucose to get energy. So basically, energy comes here from the light, and then we eat the plants, and round does the cycle go. Now, there are also some animals that eat other animals, and once you started having animals that needed to eat something, that's why we started to evolve this nervous system. Because what do we have to do now? We have to identify our internal state. We can't just sit there like a plant and have samosas dropping like photons on our bodies. So we have to actually feel hunger. We have to identify food from non-food, and we have to move ourselves in a three-dimensional world to be able to pursue food, avoid becoming food, and pursue our sexual partner for reproduction. So everything that's out there and inside us has to be mapped in a representational way. It's all inside this black box within our skulls. And so the 5 senses, the things, as we think we represent it, and the feelings, we represent it all inside our heads. So everything you see and feel, it seems so real, but it's really a representation. That's the part that I really want to emphasize here. Now, we understand the brain, we understand how it got here. Now let's see what happens in dementia. There's a decline in the function. So look at this cat. It has sustained attention. It's trying to get its prey. This is one of the cognitive capabilities of the nervous system. The antelope or the deer is trying to inhibit distraction so it can run away. The speed of information processing, as you can see this game unfolding in front of you. And then there is cognitive flexibility. If the scenario changes, the whole game will change instantly. Multiple simultaneous things are being attended to as this chase takes place. There's pattern recognition. The cat has to recognize food, and the prey has to recognize predator to avoid them. Now, we humans have some unique, interesting things. We have language. We can categorize our world. We also have memory that is goes a little bit beyond what normally animals learn. And so we divide memory as implicit memory, like learning how to ride a bicycle. Nobody can talk you into it. You actually have to do it. And then we have explicit memory, memory that can be given to the next person by simply talking. So working memory is a short-term memory for phone number. Long-term memory is two kinds, episodic, like 9/11. You remember exactly where you were. You remember whether you were standing or sitting when it happened. So it's place and time is ingrained in your mind. Semantic memory is like words. You don't really remember the word. When did you first acquire that information? So those are two different kinds of memories. Now, dementia is gradual. So there are other things that can interfere with brain function, like stroke, tumor, infection, seizure disorder, drugs and alcohol, blood glucose change. But we are talking about a process that's gradual, so we exclude those. And then within the realm of dementia, there are many different kinds of dementia. Alzheimer's disease is the most common type of dementia. The typical form is. There are different kinds of dementia. You can have small strokes that can accumulate. You can have dementia in which instead of memory being the first problem, you actually have movement problems, hallucinations, and other things. And then you can have frontotemporal dementia. These are just, I don't want to spend too much time on this, but I just want to tell you that dementia is a whole host of diseases, okay? Even in Alzheimer's disease, they can be split into typical and atypical forms. The atypical form is rare. The typical form, which starts out with memory, is actually the most common, but it can present as a problem with speaking rather than memory first, or a problem with behavior, or a problem with controlling your motor function. So now, the typical age of Alzheimer's disease, the typical risk factors are age, female sex, and family history. There's nothing you can do about these three things, okay? But midlife hypertension, diabetes at any time during the life, cardiovascular disease, stroke, and head injury, these are things that you can control. So you should keep that in mind. Now, how does this occur? Well, these are 16 different problems that occur with Alzheimer's disease, but the hallmark of it is this amyloid plaques and tau proteins. And these are the two main things, and I just want to touch on those. The others are also found in Alzheimer's disease, but when we diagnose them pathologically, those are the two things we're looking for. Okay, so let's look at tau protein. This is a normal neuron. It's got a structural, it's got microtubules that keeps it intact. The tau protein helps reinforce the microtubules so the structure is maintained. And when there's an abnormality with the tau protein, they undergo problems with microtubule fragments, and it ends up being these flame-shaped ghost cells, okay? So these are intracellular tau proteins that you will see. Now, the other process is amyloid plaques that occur in this disease. And these are best explained by this amyloid cascade hypothesis. There's a normal protein that goes transmembrane from inside the cell to outside the cell. It's processed by two sequential enzymes. And this green piece, when it breaks off, it has a tendency to stick together. And that's what forms the plaque extracellularly. And that interferes with cell-to-cell communication. And this disrupts our cognitive thinking. Now, look at this Alzheimer's disease and all the things that can go wrong, which I've pointed to earlier. And we only touched on this one and that one, the tau protein and amyloid. So it's a very complicated thing. And we're still working really hard to try to fix this problem. So what can you do to reduce your risk? Well, you can do exercise. Keep yourself running like these animals. You keep yourself educated and constantly learn new things. Sleep well at night. Try to do everything possible. Lower the temperature early in the night so you can go to sleep. And diet. So this is an unsaturated fat diet. So diet also helps reduce your risk. Now, the big picture, what have I told you? I've told you that the composition of the universe, only 5% of the universe is what we're aware of as far as the physical universe goes. Brains came into existence very recently, and brains are there to solve three problems: how to get energy, how to survive, and how to procreate. And it's because the animals have to actually feed here, and we don't have direct photons energizing us. That's why we have brains. And dementia is a complicated process of gradual cognitive decline. So here's how I'd like to end it. I'm thankful to the sun. It is the source of our energy. Thank you. So we are here for panel discussion. Any, if y'all have questions you want to direct it to the panelists, I'm here to pass it along. You can either type it up here or you can ask us. We'll hang around for a little while.
Good afternoon. This is Natasha. So how much does our genes play a role, like for Alzheimer's or dementia or other diseases?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that question? I'm having a little problem hearing you.
I wanted to know how much our family history. So if we have a history of cancer, or how much does that play a role in?
Okay, so family history works like this. The more number of people that you have that have dementia in the family, like you have 4 grandparents, if everybody has dementia, then chances are pretty high that you'll have dementia. If only 2 of them have it, chances are low. Now, those are just chances. And you can also do this thing called ApoE protein. You can get markers for it. And ApoE4, if you have 2 copies of that, your risk is 10 times. But I really wouldn't recommend going and getting it, because people will go there and get it and find out they've got the gene, and then they'll get depressed, and now you'll have to see a psychiatrist. Look, just run, eat properly, sleep well, keep your weight down, and just remember that scenario I showed you, the cat chasing the, just run and go to college, take courses, you know, do things, get involved in stuff. Do everything to keep your mind working all the time. That's all we can do right now. Now, there, you know, those amyloids that I told you about, the amyloid protein, we've got immune therapy for it, but you know, it really is not working very well right now. The drug is fairly safe, but it doesn't really seem to. Problem is, this chemical process occurs 10 to 15 years before you actually start getting the symptoms. Okay, it's like my gray hair, you know, it started a long time ago. I still have hair, but it started a long time ago. I started losing the pigment, and my body's not making that anymore. Okay, in the brain, the transmitter function starts to diminish, and the problem is that we just have not found a way to fix it right now. So the best thing you can do is reduce your risk factors for high blood pressure. If you're diabetic, keep your sugar low, and those sort of things. Pay attention to that first. Okay, I hope I've answered that question.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
This was a fantastic discussion, Salil. Can you hear me?
All right, Guruji, of course. Namaste-stu.
Ashirwad, Ashirwad. Salil, and of course,
I didn't know you were up there. You would have made me nervous if you were
just
listening up there.
I was just listening to you. I'm here to learn. We had a program this morning about yoga and Ayurveda. And so anyway, Salil and Chintu, they both are very close to me. Salil was been with me many years ago, and Chintu became, you know, when I came to Los Angeles to USC, and Chintu did pediatric and adult at USC. So they were great, and they have done good presentation. Swapan and Hitesh Dubey, you guys did great. So overall, it's a lot of stuff has been going through. Now we talked about, you know, looks like Chintu is gone, but our place, Los Angeles, LA County, and the county system is the highest number in a place on West Coast with COVID. They hasn't gone away. Now, one important thing which you guys need to, I'm just going to point out, the COVID causes every type of nervous system and peripheral nervous system problem, and we have reviewed it, starting from the brain, stroke, cardiac problem, and so on, and seizures. But one of the things which I just heard, that if you take the COVID booster, now it happened to me. That's why I had 2 regular one, and then I had a booster one, and then last I got the booster in March. I was going to a meeting. Now in May, I developed shingles. I have already gotten the Shingrix done, 2020. But I developed, and I looked at what could have caused. But it was shingles, not very painful, but it did happen that, I did have a C5-6 roofs, well, the whole area. So that's what kind of, I'm just giving you some information. It's given there somewhat, I had to dig it out. So what could have happened. So that's what I felt that, you guys should be aware of it. But otherwise.
Shingles is a well-known concept that can come from any sort of stress on your immune system. And vaccines, in theory, are amplifying your immune response to whatever the insult is. And so it's not unique to COVID vaccine, or even if you have a COVID virus, it could predispose you to shingles. But you bring up a great point that it's something that I meant to say that I also forgot is, we had medicine and a lot of this knowledge before COVID ever came along. And COVID's been around a long time before, 2019, 20, whatever. But the point is, like, if you're going back to my talk, if you're going to go travel, you still need to think about all the other measures we used to take before. And shingles has been there for a long time before. Overall, the incidence of shingles hasn't changed that dramatically, but it is well known that a percent of the population consistently does get shingles from that. Thank you for bringing that up.
A quick thing that I never had COVID, by the way. I may have been tested 100 times, but here in India, everywhere, I didn't ever had both, like the PCR as well as, never developed COVID. So, but I got the shingles. But the good thing about it was that it was not I have a patient, which was so painful, the shingles. I didn't have any, I just had a rash. And it went on, but no real pain. So I just want you guys to know this knowledge. Pass it on. Okay, I see Sen Pathakji there. He wants to say something.
Your mic is off, sir. You gotta turn on your mic.
So Pathakji, your mic is.
Sorry. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Thank you very much. I thoroughly enjoyed the presentation, but I want to tell you my experience, what Dr. Mishra just said, that I took 2 vaccines, 1 booster, and after booster, I had developed severe pain in this finger, severe pain. I thought I am old enough to develop arthritis, but it was not arthritis, severe pain, and without any treatment, now it has gone down. But I have developed swelling in the leg. It is not because I'm sitting. And this happened not only to me, 4 or 5 colleagues of mine in MD Anderson. So I dug into the literature. I found out there are more than dozens papers published now that people have side effect of this booster and vaccine. And side effects are quite different. It differs from individual to individual. Some people have no effect at all. One thing. Second thing, I wanted to bring to attention to Dr. Hitesh Dubey about prostate. As you know, prostate is male specific. Recent data has demonstrated that people who are having more than 1 Y chromosome, in majority of metaphases, they have only 1 Y chromosome, but those who accumulate Y chromosome in some cells, those individuals are predisposed for prostate cancer. And this we have already demonstrated in human, not only in human, also in mouse. So this is coming up very fast, and our clinic is going to take care of this. 2 weeks ago, in Science, the paper came that loss of Y chromosome in some metaphases of older individuals actually predisposing them to heart disease, fibrosis in liver, in kidney also. These are some new informations coming up. I just wanted to bring to your
Very good.
attention.
Swapanji, a question for you. What would you advise now? Let's say, I'm giving you my own example. I've gotten double boosters. I'm doing well, always have been negative. Now, there is a lot of stuff which is coming up that you can get another booster or you can get vaccination again. And so what would you, I have to travel. I'm going to, like India, and I have to get a meeting there in November. So what would you advise? Anybody?
I advise you buy me a free ticket to come with you to help you out during that trip.
Come on in. Come on in.
So I answered this question for my own father, and as you know, as a well-renowned physician, that this advice is individual, and I don't know your past medical history or your immune status other than your shingle. But that being said, this is more philosophical, but viruses over time the goal of a virus is to become less deadly and more virulent. And I think all doctors for a rare opportunity can agree that over the course of time, the deadliness or lethal nature of COVID has gone down since our first experience. However, the virulence has gone up. So chances today versus, let's say, 2.5 years ago is you're much more likely to get the virus. And I don't, despite your 100 tests, it's amazing that you're negative still, that I've never had it, especially if you're seeing patients. The second thing to remember is, so again, the booster is a very unique issue for each patient. I keep doing that. I'm sure there are some lawyers on here, so I'm making sure I'm careful. But it's a very unique advice. But I generally have decided personally, and for my family members, that we are not going to get any more boosters unless you are predisposed to specific disease with immune issues, because at this point, it's much less likely to kill you. And the goal of the boosters and the vaccines was not to keep you from getting it or even to keep you from spreading it. It was to keep you from dying from it, which is less likely now. However, for my own father, who's going to India later this year, my advice was to go ahead and booster up now in anticipation of whatever new changes are going to happen, which you can't react to at that time. But if for those that are sticking around here, I say, as time goes on, the booster becomes less and less necessary. That's not necessarily backed with any specific study for it, but more of just the history of viruses in general.
Thank you.
Yeah, I want to second that. And I think I want to reiterate one thing. So when a lethal virus appears in a population, as the virus kills the host, the virus is buried as well. And that's the whole point here. It's the game of life, okay? And if you can just survive multiple cycles over time, this should just become a common cold. It's just that we don't know how long it'll be when it becomes like as non-lethal as a common cold. So that's just a natural history of any kind of an infectious disease that occurs. And I just wanted to emphasize that we forget to think about that. And we've had pandemics before in the past prior to the time of having vaccines and stuff. And I'm certainly very happy that vaccines are available, but that's a very, very good point, that the future looks bright is what I have to say.
Thank you, guys.
No more booster. I have stopped taking. I took just one.
Same.
I don't know. I'm still.
I have a question for Dr. Salil.
Yes, sir.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. I hear you fine.
Mahendra Mishra.
Hello.
I had 2 vaccine shots, then boosters. 4 months back, on my right foot, on the upper part, below the 3rd finger, I had pulsing pain every 3 seconds. Couldn't sleep 2 nights. And went to Mayo Clinic, where my son is a doctor. They examined and they said, okay, for 1 week, they put me on a painkiller regime. Every 3-hour alternate Advil and Tylenol. And they took X-ray and all that. And they said, We don't know what it is. If it comes back, then we will have to investigate. So it was not an easy problem for them because they said you bold us this time. We don't know what to do right now. Did you hear any such a reaction from the vaccine, any such case?
I'm going to pass that on to Dr. Dubey.
The guy with the nice hair. Oh.
Let me say, it can cause peripheral neuropathy, it has been shown. So why is a focal peripheral neuropathy? Like what Pathakji said, you got in his finger.
Yes.
And he's talking about his leg.
Yes.
So it could be very much like having a focal, just like why did I get, like shingles on C5-6?
Exactly.
It's again affecting the peripheral nerve roots. Everything is affected by COVID vaccine.
It's a pulsing pain severe every 3 seconds, 4 seconds, and won't stop.
Did they do any other test on you, Mahendra Bhaiya? Did they do?
No, they did not. They said they looked around and they said, come back if it comes again. The orthopedic said, this is my number. You don't have to go through normal. Call me and then we will
We can
investigate.
write it up, both of you guys. I can you send me the info. If you have done the EMG or other test was a negative, it may be worth. I'm
My
sure
question was, either of you have heard such a case? That was my question.
Yes, lots of various peripheral neuropathies have been noted.
Okay.
Oftentimes, like the other two neurology docs were saying, sometimes it has to do with your certain types of vitamin deficiencies and things like that, or areas of stress on specific nerve roots, or in fact, even the pathways. But it is probably one of the more common side effects, vascular and neuropathic inflammation.
Sure.
So next time I should go for further checkup because now I'm scared.
Are you still hurting?
It's not hurting, but in the sense
Then
that
don't worry.
If it's not hurting, forget about it.
Don't go Mahendra Bhai.
Yeah, that's
I've
right.
been vascular too, in addition to peripheral nerve, whether you do it because you have the swelling. So you could have vascular issues with the COVID and the vaccinations are known, very well described. But don't worry about right now. You come here when you're in trouble.
Right.
Agreed. Follow up with Dr. Mishra.
Yeah.
Yes.
it's safe to travel from Pennsylvania to LA. Thank you.
I have a quick question that I think a lot of the our specific Indian population asks about. You were talking about dementia, and if we get generalized to Alzheimer's dementia or cognitive decline, what's the role of caffeine? Is it actually helpful? Is it detrimental? What is the role for caffeine?
I think my personal answer is that caffeine is protective, and it's protective through it actually works at multiple levels. First of all, if you so here's what I have to say about caffeine. If you're going to drink coffee, drink it in the morning. Don't drink your coffee after 3 o'clock. Don't let caffeine interfere with your sleep. If caffeine enhances your cognitive capability, which it does because it causes arousal, or if it wakes you up and gives you a boost of energy, it's actually very good. So I would recommend continuing to drink your coffee. Just don't add sugar to it. Don't put milk in there, just black coffee. and I'm all for coffee, but I did not include coffee in the diet that I presented because the main thing you need to make sure is that it does not interfere with your sleep. Okay.
So it has been shown, it has been published, like
yes.
I put in the chat that's for my mother who bothers my dad and I.
So I would suggest that I don't drink coffee. I drink 1 cup of tea in the morning, but that's it, no more.
Yeah, as I said, the question is the caffeine, and thank you for.
I think the main thing is keep moving and keep getting lots and lots of degrees. Go to college, take classes, challenge your brain, keep reading.
Salimji, there's a quick question from the chat from Dr. Jagdish Shuklaji is about what is the advice on exercise, diet, mental activity? Any details or sources? What type of exercise is better? Is problem solving better than memorization? What about sugar and processed food?
Okay, so the most important thing is to exercise. So what kind of exercise? Get up in the morning and keep walking and don't stop until it's time to go to bed. That's the best kind of exercise you can do. That's what we're actually designed for. We're designed to constantly move. As far as mental activities, the data that I'm aware of shows that mental activity has to be new. They have to be novel. So don't keep repeatedly doing the same thing over and over again. And it has to be something of interest, something that you like and something that you enjoy. And if you enjoy memorizing poetry, that's wonderful. Keep memorizing poetry, but go to college, take classes, get a second degree, you know, like Dr. Dubé did. He got a master's, you know, after his doctorate. As far as diet goes, you know, the main thing about the diet is to keep your weight down. And if you exercise and eat a good diet, the kind of diet I showed you, you can look it up. It's called a Mediterranean diet. And that's really what most papers say that you should be eating. Okay.
Yes.
Did that answer your question?
I think yes. Yeah. Thank you.
But in Mediterranean, is it more kind of, you know, non-veg?
Okay. So here, that's a great question. So here's the thing. Get rid of the word more. That's the problem. Okay. We are so overfed in our society right now. We're actually suffering from caloric overload. Okay. There's no such thing as more. And yes, it does have non-vegetarian food. We're designed to, so something the size of the palm of your hand should be all the meat, and most of that is supposed to be seafood. So that's what, and you can look this up on the internet. You can get a Mediterranean diet list and eat that stuff. So
can I add one thing, Salil?
Yes,
I think
sir.
it's really important for our people. You know, when you said go to college, I think that is an excellent point. But for a lot of our people, you know, that's a big like, But the other things you guys can do, because we're on Zoom and we have people from India and all over the world on this one meeting, is use the same technology to go teach somebody something. People from underserved areas in the villages and wherever it is, you can use that same brain power and the same stimulation to go teach some kids some basic math or algebra or whatever chemistry you want to teach. And that will perform the same function and also pass on your knowledge. So Salil, I really think that concept of using your brain can be so powerful, and yet, as somebody mentioned earlier, do good for the world.
I think that's an excellent point, because when you are engaged in teaching, you have to learn the material very well yourself, number one. Number two, you're interacting with another human being, which is a face-to-face thing. And there's a lot to be said for face-to-face interaction. I mean, that's what we're designed for. We're social animals, basically.
The other thing you could do, you can do meditation. It has been shown again. Everything exercise, which Salil pointed out, but meditation, doing, you know, like mind body, that has been shown, and we have published that. Actually, it's published in the Annals of Indian Academy of Neurology about the use of yoga in Alzheimer's disease and dementia and other. So all those stuff.
All right, I think it's a great panel discussion and great information from Dr. Salilji. Thank you so much, Sopan Dubé, Hitesh, and Chintu Sharma. Also, I take this opportunity to say congratulations to Hitesh. He's a new father. I saw he's holding his baby. How is 2 months old?
Yeah.
4 months old. Thank you.
4 months. Yes, I learned from Sandeep. Anyway, congratulations and thank you, everybody. And now we have the next program. Sushil Pandit is here. So we are going to listen to him.
Great.
Yes, thank you so much.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Salil.
I'll be here to.
Yes, Salilji, thank you.
Okay, good evening, Sushil ji.
Namaskar.
Namaskar, namaskar.
Namaskar to everyone.
नमस्ते नमस्ते सुशील
सभी ऑडियंस को पहले बता दूं कि सुशील जी यूके से अभी थोड़ी देर पहले न्यूयॉर्क पहुंचे हैं इसलिए इनका प्रोग्राम रीस्केड्यूल किया गया। पहले मॉर्निंग में स्पीच देने वाले थे, अब इस टाइम दे रहे हैं। तो इनके विषय में let me put it official. It is my great pleasure to welcome Sri Sushil Pandit ji at this joint convention of BSNA and GBC. Sushil Pandit ji is an esteemed activist and consultant to communication industry for a long time. He is a graduate of JNU, you all know. He is a prominent Kashmiri leader and an effective speaker, soft-spoken, humble personality, and an intellectual, well-informed on Indian history and Hinduism. He always emphasizes the need to confront the issues prevailing across India and provides keen insights into how Bharat as a nation can be stronger. He usually addresses the challenges persisting in the country and stresses on the necessity of finding solutions to the same. As most of us might have witnessed, his presentations are exceptionally effective, either in physical presentation or in any TV debates that we usually watch on the most televisions. Supporting his arguments with proper reasoning and decorum. He is a strong supporter to Kashmiri causes, providing important inputs to the, for example, Kashmir files. He is well traveled across India and overseas, including Europe and North America. Personally, I gave a call to Sushil ji before my summer trip to India, and he graciously agreed to address our convention. Though I have met him in Houston a few years ago before COVID-19, as a follow-up, I had pleasure to meet him again at his residence in New Delhi with my younger brother, who is retired now as Principal Chief Commissioner of Income Tax, Delhi. I thank you, Sushil ji, for offering us Kashmiri tea during our conversations. Really a great, memorable occasion. Not only here in Houston, we have a couple of Kashmiri families. When we interact, like Pathak ji knows, then we always drink Kashmiri tea. So we are very proud of you and your accomplishments. Please welcome Sushil ji with big applause. Now I give the floor to Sushil ji for his keynote speech. Thank you, Sushil ji. Thanks.
Dr. Shukla, I am extremely grateful for this honor. I am extremely thankful for such a generous introduction. I have benefited from your affection and admiration and encouragement in the past as well. And I find this my privilege to address all of you on this issue of what Brahmins can do today in the context of the society. Though I feel I am entirely inadequate to be talking about these issues, to this highly knowledgeable and profound audience who are far more experienced and aware in these matters. And also because I feel what I'm going to share with you, personally, I have not necessarily succeeded in living up to those ideals. And therefore, I say this, I address you on this issue with a sense of guilt. Because as I thought about the issue, I realized even more that to live up to our identity as Brahmins, we need to do a lot more. And it will start with understanding as to what it means to be a Brahmin. I had long before heard a shloka which says, Janmana jayate shudraha sanskarat vijja uchyate. I found that this shlok was in the Skanda Purana, in the Nagar Kand, chapter 239, which very emphatically states that by birth we are all Shudra. Everyone is born Shudra by birth. It is the acculturation, it is the sanskar, it is the learning, teaching, experiences that mold us into a Dvija or a Brahmana. We need to look inwards as to how differentiated are we in our upbringing and the values we practice to claim the Brahmanhood that we so proudly like to be, like to claim. Another very interesting shlok which nails a popular misconception that by being born into a family of Brahmins, does one become a Brahmin, is the one in chapter 4, the 13th shlok of Bhagavad Gita, which says, Chatur Varna Maya Srishta, Guna Karma Vibhagasha, Tasya Kartaram Apimam, Vidhi Akartaram Avyayam. Which means the 4 Varnas were created by me, Bhagavan. Sri Krishna says himself that these 4 Varnas I created, and I created them basis the guna and karma, the innate qualities that we have, and how we do our karma. What is our conduct? Karma. What is our conduct? The qualities we have, inherent, innate qualities, and the conduct we have, karma. Not out of birth. He doesn't say out of kula. He doesn't say out of gotra. He doesn't say out of vansha. Those words are not mentioned. Of course, the other 2 lines are about that I did this as a kartar, one who does everything. And yet, I, in this creation, do not do anything. I just witness. Vidhi kartaram avyayam. Those 2 lines, as in the matter of who's a Brahmin, is not relevant. Those 2 lines are not relevant, but to respect the shloka, I have read the entire shloka for you. Now, this opens up an entire question: who's a Brahmin? Who do we call a Brahmin? Is being Brahmin about rituals? And there is an elaborate set of rituals we need to do about Sandhya Vandanam, about Yajna, about Karma Kanda, about Puja Archana, about Abhisheka, all those rituals. But then anybody can do those rituals. Any and everybody can do those rituals. There is no Varjana. If you follow the proper vidhi, if you give it proper reverence and respect, there is no prohibition on doing the rituals. A lot of non-Brahmins are known to have conducted rituals in our history, in the old books and shastras that we study. Is it about what you do as karma? You might find this a little contradictory to the shloka of Gita, that it is about the guna karma vibhagsha. And here only karma is picked up, karma, and not along with guna. So it is not really a contradiction. So the karma that may qualify someone to be a Brahmin is again possible to be done by everyone. Karma is not restricted to any particular kind of people. Within the 4 varnas, anybody can do that karma. Is it about knowledge? What you know, what you carry in your head, knowledge of shastras, knowledge of Vijnana, knowledge of Jnana, knowledge of Veda, knowledge of Upanishads, knowledge of Puranas, knowledge of Brahman Granthas, knowledge of Shat Darshanas, knowledge of various other dimensions of knowledge, be it Vyakarana, be it Vastu, be it Khagol, be it Ganit. I'm afraid not. Because again, this knowledge is not restricted. Anyone can acquire. So mere having knowledge doesn't qualify anyone to be a Brahmin. Is it about jati? Very often we confuse it with the word caste. The caste word is not from our vocabulary. It's a Portuguese word. But jati is a word from within our lexicon, within our tradition. And jati is different from varna. In Varnashram Parampara, there are 4 ashrams and 4 varnas. The 4 varnas, of course, are Brahmana, Kshatriya, Vaishya, and Shudra. And 4 ashramas are Brahmacharya, Grahastha, Vanaprastha, and Sannyas. But jati, we have numerous and various. And jati is about vocation, is about a certain way of earning one's livelihood. And we have different jatis. So is it about jati? I'm afraid not. In different contexts, same jati sometimes is part of Brahmana Varna, sometimes part of Vaishya Varna. Even in the present day context, different jatis form the list of OBCs in some places and out of OBCs in some places. So belonging to a certain vocation and earning your livelihood out of that vocation also does not make you a Brahmin. And is it about your body? I come to the issue of birth. I'm afraid certainly not Sri Krishna Prabhu in Gita has very clearly rejected that idea. So what is it that our Shastras say that make someone a Brahmin? One who is free of Dvaita. Now, what is Dvaita? Which is dualism, which is making a distinction, bhed karna, bhed bhav karna. In Ishavasya Upanishad, the very first shloka, Ishavasyam idam sarvam yat kinchit jagatyam jagatena tyaktena bhunjitaha magradha kasya vidhanam. The very foundational doctrine of our dharma is that there is divine that permeates in everything that we see as part of creation and we can't see, which is beyond our capacity to witness, to experience, because the capacity of our knowledge resources, our indriyas, is limited. Our senses is limited. So things that we can experience and see and know, and things that are beyond, everything, yat kinchit jagatyam jagat, every speck is permeated by divine. So you do not distinguish, you do not divide. You see everything as manifestation of that divine. So one who's free of dualism, who doesn't see things or people or matters as dualism, as two different entities, and therefore discriminates between the two. Then one who's free of shadavikar. We have often heard of kama, krodha, moha, lobh, mad, matsar, mad or ahankar and matsar. Kama, desires, krodha, anger, lobh, greed, moha, as in love or some kind of attachment. Ahankar, ego. Matsar, irsha. The one who is free of these vikaras, which means is not moved by, these are sense related and then modes of actions. Whatever we do, if these things that we do are driven by any of these 6 impulses, then these become vikars or certain kind of perversions. A Brahmin is someone who rises above them. That is what our Shastras say. Which means he is stable. He is unmoved by any of these impulses. He is dispassionate. He is sthit pragya is the word. He is nispraha. He witnesses, unmoved by these impulses. So if I delve deep into Shastras, it has been a wonderful opportunity for me, and I have simply skimmed the surface in order to preface what I'm going to say in terms of what our Shastras say. What has been told to us in authoritative sources of our venerable and worshipped texts that have been handed down to us civilizationally by our ancestors. So if I were to look at, exemplify it, and there are examples. For example, a Brahmin, How does he behave in material poverty? If he lacks, if he is deprived of even things which are necessary for his existence, which are existential necessities. A Brahmin is like Sudama, simple and straight. He is not moved by utter deprivation, utter poverty of material resources. In the times of existential calamity, when there is a huge threat facing dharma, facing humanity, facing the society, a Brahmin is epitome of generosity and sacrifice, like Dadhichi. That is the gold standard. Or when there is a clamor for good things and people are running away from poison, which is surely going to harm, nobody wants to touch. A Brahmin is like Shankara, who becomes a shield and takes care of that poison. Hala hala. So a Brahmin is supposed to adhere to a standard which is that high. It's such a humbling thought, where civilizationally, culturally, a Brahmin is placed in his conduct, in his pursuit of knowledge, and from that knowledge, wisdom. And what does he use this wisdom for? For the larger good, for the society. He is indeed like a father to the children. Never deprive the children, even at the cost of his own deprivation. Never let the children be hurt, even while becoming a shield and taking that hurt upon himself, that accident or that risk upon himself. So this is where Brahmins have been put. And if you look at various smritis, whether it is Manusmriti or Yagyavalkya Smriti, in different nitis, even Acharya Vishnugupta, better known as Chanakya, they say for the same crime, a Brahmin should be punished at least 6 to 8 times more. In different smritis, it is different figure for the same crime. Why? Because a Brahmin is expected to conduct himself better. And there are 2 reasons why he should conduct himself better. A, because he has the knowledge, he is aware, he has the wisdom. Those who are ignorant can still be probably treated leniently. But those who commit a crime or a mistake in awareness, in knowledge, cannot be forgiven. And 2, because someone who's known as a Brahmin is automatically worth emulating by the society. And therefore, if such a person commits a mistake or a crime, it is far more dangerous for the society than someone else who is not known as a Brahmin and therefore not readily to be emulated. Therefore, responsibility on Brahmins to conduct themselves better is far higher, even in our smritis, even in our laws, even in our jurisprudence. So that is where Brahmins are posited. And I saw in this day and age, the chapter 4, verse shloka 13 of Bhagavad Gita being practiced. when I went to Indonesia some 12 years back. I must share this personal experience with you. Bali, of course, is more than 90% Hindu, but larger population of Hindus lives in Java, though they are much smaller fraction in the proportion of population. Java is more than 10 crore population. In Bali, the temples don't have Vigraha. In Java, they do. And I found a very fascinating practice there. Brahmins are in the temples, but they cannot enter the Garbhagriha. They stand at the threshold of the Garbhagriha. They offer mantras, they chant from there, but they do not enter, they are prohibited from entering the Garbhagriha. So when devotees come and they come with the offerings, a Brahmin takes the offerings to the threshold. And from that threshold, the offering is taken by a Shudra. And Shudra alone has the right and privilege of entering a Garbhagriha. Why? Because Shudra's privilege it is to do seva. It is Shudra's privilege. So it is a Shudra who ensures the deity, the Vigraha, goes to Shayan. He is the one who does the Abhishek. He is the one who does the Shringar. He is the one who does the Bhog. He is the one who does all the seva of the Vigraha. And Brahmin can only go up to the threshold and chant shlokas. And it isn't that a Brahmin doesn't ever enter the Garbhagriha. He does, because after all, the one who has been worshipping the Vigraha from a distance also feels the urge to serve the Lord. So, whenever he is ready and he decides to transcend from being a Brahmin to being a Shudra, he stands in a queue and he tells the people ahead of him, the Shudras ahead of him, to give him a chance at the end of his lifetime to serve the Lord as a Shudra. So he has to move out of his Varna as a Brahmin, get into the Varna of a Shudra to be able to. This tells me that the Avagaman within Varnas was not as ossified and restricted as we have made it today. Indeed, we have the example of Vishwamitra, who was a Kshatriya. Yet he went to Raja Dashrath and asked for his Kshatriya Kumars, Dashrath Kumars, in order to annihilate Rakshasas. And when Raja Dashrath tells Vishwamitra that you yourself are a Kshatriya, you yourself are so capable of vanquishing these Danavas, these Rakshasas. You don't need anybody's help. Your Parakram as Kshatriya is so well known. And he tells Dashratha, but I have laid down my arms. And today I am only doing Adhyan and Tapas. I have become a Brahmin. And only a Kshatriya has the right to punish. So I have come to seek help. So Vishwamitra, despite being born in a Kshatriya kull, could move from his Kshatriya Varna to Brahmin Varna. And in Indonesia, indeed, a Brahmin moves from Brahmin Varna to Shudra in order to have the right to serve the Lord at the fag end of his life. These are sterling examples that force us to reflect as to why we have allowed these distortions to come up. Probably because the patronage of society dried up. Probably because the entire fine balance of guna, karma vibhagasha, which was visualized in our shastras, got upset. Probably some vested interest crept in. A Brahmin was never supposed to accumulate. The Siddhanta of aparigraha, not to keep even an iota more than what was necessary for him for that day. He couldn't even store the food for next day. Food, an essential thing like food, and he had to go and beg. He could not work for it and earn it as a wage. Imagine what tough conditions were imposed on Brahmins. And Brahmins happily, our ancestors happily served the society, lived the example, and hence were considered devatas. They were kept in the same category as gods, because gods were never seen. A Brahmin you could see day in and day out, working selflessly in order to acquire knowledge, disseminate that knowledge without charging a single pi, without discrimination across the entire society. And hence they were revered. Grihasthas were told that your rasoi, what you cook as food, without sharing with a Brahman or a Brahmachari is pap, is papa karma. And therefore Grihanis, housewives, would wait at the door for the Rishikumars, Brahmins or Brahmacharis to come beg for the Gurukula. Only then they would partake of that food. That was the harmony we had. There was no shame in asking for it from the society. And there was absolutely no restriction, no, should I say, sense of ego in saying that I give and therefore I deserve. I have a right. No. That was a duty, that was a responsibility. So being Brahmin is a responsibility. It's not a privilege. Being a Brahmin is a responsibility. Today, we may not be able to, as individuals, live by those austere standards, but we can certainly bring this word responsibility top of our minds throughout our everyday conduct. And what are those responsibilities? We have responsibility to the society, responsibility to the nation, responsibility to the body of knowledge handed down to us down the ages, preserving those knowledge systems, propagating those knowledge systems, propagating those values without expecting anything in return, to the extent we can. Otherwise, we have no right to be pretending as Brahmins. Only once we are able to do it, probably we would rekindle the glory that Brahmins were held up in the ages gone by. We still can't expect that to happen, because expecting anything in return is in itself papa. We have to do without expectations. But if we really want to rekindle that respect our ancestors earned by the sheer dint of their effort, we need to start emulating them, even in parts, even in fractions, even begin to, in our small little humble ways. We would probably begin to look at this responsibility with a different set of eyes. And believe you me, it is needed. It is needed that we know what our Shastras say. It is needed that we know what our civilizational values are. It is needed that we know what our knowledge traditions were. And if this society, this civilization, these values have to survive, the responsibility is on Brahmins, because values A Brahmin is the custodian of those values. Otherwise, we have no right to call ourselves Brahmins. Brahmin is the guide, is the beacon, is the decision maker, is the policy layer. You know, it was a very fine balance, as I mentioned. A Brahmin could only decide, not implement. The power of implementation was never with the Brahmin. The power of implementation was with the Kshatriya. He had the Rajdand. Brahmin had the Dharmadand. His authority was to discriminate between right and wrong, apply his viveka out of his wisdom acquired out of knowledge. So he laid down what was right, what was wrong. He laid down the policy. But implementation of that policy, the power, the authority to execute was with the Kshatriya. But Kshatriya did not have the right to lay down the policy. That was the job of the Brahmin. So look at the balance and the, what you call, mutual dependence. Now comes the Vaishya. Vaishya had the responsibility of generating resources, generating wealth. Chanakya says, Dharmasya moolam artham. Dharma is unsustainable without the resources, artha. And generating resources was the preserve of Vaishya. But Vaishya neither had the authority to lay down the policy, decide what is right or wrong, nor had the authority to execute. The Rajdanda and Dharmadanda both were away from him. But he provided to both the Brahmin and to the system, to the Rajya, artha, resources, basis which both ran. The Vyavastha cannot run without artha. Dharma cannot run without artha. And the fourth, the Shudra, which is Guna Karma Vibhagasha, to serve, to work. The physical work, the manual work, was the preserve, the privilege of Shudra. And he had to be rewarded for it. He had to be paid the wages for it. In Manusmriti, they say, those who cook your food, they were Shudras incidentally. Those who cook the food have the first right on that cooked food. And therefore, they will be fed first from whatever is cooked. And by any chance, due to any emergency, if the food is already served to others and not to those who have cooked, then they will not eat the leftovers. Fresh food will be cooked for them. Such was the respect for the Shudra. Again, Manu Maharaj says, a woman carrying a child and a man carrying load on his head have a right of way even if the king is coming. A king has to step aside for both. Such were the sensitivities in our laws, social laws, tracing to Yagyavalkya Smriti and Manusmriti. So I cannot even imagine such verses extrapolated in these Smritis, which say that a Shudra must have melted whatever zinc poured into the ears if by some accident he gets to hear Shastras or Vedas. I don't think anybody could be as crude. Last of it, Manu Maharaj. The Vedas themselves say that save us from the undeserving. Kupatra se bachaiye. Even today, the world says nuclear technology is not to be trusted in everybody's hands. Today's democratic world, believing in equality, has a nuclear non-proliferation treaty. Gyan, Vigyan must be in those hands where it is safe and is used for common good, because it is a double-edged sword. It can be misused and abused. So we need to look at it in proper perspective. We need to look at our division of work, our Varnashram Vyavastha, out of knowledge and not for polemical work. And I think I have already stretched far beyond the time allotted to me. I didn't want to be pedantic and academic in these matters by just quoting shlokas, shastras, and written
you have
down.
still time. You have still time.
Would you like some question answers to happen as opposed to just simply me speaking all the while?
It can be.
Yes,
So,
I think there is one question posed by Abhay. I think he has something. Ratna, can you mention that? Abhay, are you there? You can ask directly. Abhay?
Can you read the chat?
Yeah, he is.
Okay, I'll read it out to you.
Yes, please.
You have beautifully defined who is a Brahmin and how they are balanced in any situation. Their responsibility towards society is huge. I would ask a few questions on behalf of millennials and others. 1, where does a curious person begin studies? Hold on. Studies. Hold on.
Studies and practices.
There you go.
where do you begin your studies and practices?
Okay, hold on. It's a big chat. Okay, where does a curious person begin studies and practices to somehow catch up? That's one question. Then, is Neel Mata Puran available in English and Hindi? Second question. Third question, we had chatted many years ago about how Kanchi Mat Pandits are, hold on, it's a big question, are reteaching KPs on how to perform Kashmiri Shaiv Sandhya Vandanam. How has that been going? I'm aimed to kickstart a similar project for Shukla Yajurvedas of Madhyandini Ascension. Okay, long question. Lots of questions in that one.
Okay, so these 3 questions from one source or all of them?
Abhay
Or different
Shankar.
sources? Sorry?
One source.
One source.
One source, Abhay Dubey.
Okay. Abhayji, thank you for these questions. First of all, when you say where to start, actually we are spoiled for choice. We have multiple sources of knowledge. Bhagavad Gita is a brilliant source to start with. It is, in fact, the distilled essence of Vedas, Vedantas, and Upanishads. In one text, 600 shlokas, 18 chapters, you have almost an entire body of literature compressed, entire wisdom presented to you on a platter. So you start with Bhagavad Gita, and if it whets your appetite, you get into Vedas and Upanishads. I would urge you, I mean, please don't take it otherwise. Puranas are derived, and these are Vedas and Upanishads made easy, kind of DIY texts with lot of stories, allegorical stories, and if you pride yourself being very rational and very scientific, you will get mired in a lot of questions. How could this happen and that happen? So for someone who's inquisitive and very rational, Puranas should be probably later. Your second question was Nilmat Puran. Yes, Nilmat Puran is available in English, translated by Dr. Ved Kumari Ghai. It is also available in Hindi, and it is readily available in India. I have my copy both in English and in Hindi. 3, Kashmiri Hindus being taught by Kanchi Mat on our
This one is about Shaiva Sandhya Vandanam.
Shaiv Sandhya Vandanam. Okay. Sandhya Vandanam is one of the entire gamut of rituals we are supposed to carry out. You see, we have something called Graha Sutras. All Brahmins have Graha Sutras that tell them how to carry out the rituals, various rituals in different sanskaras. Our Graha Sutra is Logakshi Graha Sutra. And within that, there are two shakhas, Apastambha Shakha and Kathak Shakha. We are the Palaks of Kathak Shakha. About 14 years back, perhaps, yes, more than 14 years back, the then Swamigal, Swami Jayendra Saraswati, once asked me this question: what are your Graha Sutras? I think I was really, that day, wanted to simply disappear because I didn't know. And I was embarrassed to admit to him that I didn't know. He says, who in your community knows? I immediately started calling. Very few people knew. Till I found a gentleman called Kashinath Handu, who was about 103 or 104 at that time. He was the only person who knew and who practiced. Swami Jayendra Saraswati immediately sent 4 people to him. They sat at his feet, took down everything, and Kashinath Handu was as if waiting for them to come. As soon as he downloaded, he didn't survive more than a few months after that. And Kanchi Math published that entire compendium. And meanwhile, one of the devotees of Kanchi Math, who was the practitioner of Apastambha Shakha, his name was Chandrasekhar Verma or Raghavendra Verma, I'm forgetting the name, lived in Bangalore, an engineer, was given the task of practicing Kathak Shakha as well. Till such time, the revival happens in our community of the Graha Sutra Palana. So this is in brief, a long answer to your short question as to what is Kanchi Math doing to revive Sandhya Vandanam. It's not just Sandhya Vandanam, entire body of rituals, everyday rituals and sanskara related rituals and their practice, whatever. Yeah. I hope the other questions are not as difficult, please.
Sushilji, thank you very much for what you have done and everything you continue to do. I'm Salil Tiwari. I have a question for you, which I'm almost embarrassed to ask you after you have presented such a lofty presentation, but I'll go ahead and ask it anyway. Suppose you had a time machine, sir, and you were able to go back in history. What would you have done differently in Kashmir to prevent the plight of what happened with all the genocide? I know what the subject you have just discussed is so lofty that this almost seems to be out of context, but if you choose not to answer it, I understand. It's entirely up to you, but I had always wanted to hear you and personally be able to ask you this question. I've always wondered about this. What could we have done differently as a society to prevent the 8 genocides that occurred in our history?
So I was just going to ask you, how far back, Tiwari-ji, would you like me to travel? 600 years,
well,
1,000 years,
1,000,
30 years, or 8 years, or even 3 years when 370 was repealed?
Well,
because we have consistently committed blunders at different points in time, without exception. In the independent India, all 13 prime ministers have committed, 14 prime ministers have committed blunders, big blunders, and blunders continue to happen. I mean, you can write a thesis about it and you may still not be a comprehensive account of what all we shouldn't do. In fact, it's a case study in what not to do to annihilate yourself and subject your successive generations to a genocide. It's a tragic story. I mean, you might perhaps need a couple of hours from me to trace this right from 14th century with the advent of an Islamic ruler as to why in the first place we Kashmiri Hindus unanimously, you know, the elite, the social political elite chose him, gave him the Raj Tilak, did the mantrochar and sat him down on the throne. Islam did not come winning a war in Kashmir. Islam very insidiously came as refuge seeker, wormed its way into the royal court, and then through palace intrigue got onto the throne. So from that point onwards to mistakes committed within the society, within the social elite, and what is unpardonable, you know, those days we could still say that we were living under a hostile rule. We were living under declared enemies of our civilization and culture. We were living in conditions where our kingdoms were disparate and quarreling with each other, busy trying to expand territory or show down each other. We didn't have one unified army. We didn't have any constitution. We didn't have a system of courts as we have now. We didn't have the Human Rights Declaration of United Nations. But what have we done after we've achieved all this? We are a united country. In 1990, we were 900 million population. We had 1.5 million standing army. We were a nuclear power. We had Supreme Court, more than 24 high courts, and an entire big lower judiciary. We had police, we have paramilitary forces, we had an elected prime minister, we had 800 member parliaments, for God's sake, and we had a vibrant press. What did we do to prevent a genocide in 1990? Nothing. We just sat and watched. So it's a painful answer, and it involves everyone without exception. All prime ministers, all governments, all parties, all coalitions, all political formations. None is blameless in this. First and foremost, our biggest blunder is our inability to spot the enemy when we see one. Our insistence on deluding ourselves with strange political formulations and theorizing about winning hearts and minds, refusal to learn from the past, and presuming that we have some divine right, we are destiny's child, and we have some great ability to do what previous prime ministers could not do. So, I mean, we are delusional at the very highest level, even today. When we see a calamity knocking at the doors, we come out with idiotic formulations like everybody living in this country is Hindu. All 130 crore are Hindu. We have a common DNA. That they haven't changed their ancestors, they have only changed their way of worship. I mean, for God's sake, can anyone change his ancestors? You are crediting the enemy with something that he couldn't even do even if they attempted. There is no way you can change your ancestors. But if you want to abuse them, if you want to humiliate them, and you see them do that. So at the very highest level, either we are inadequate, incompetent, or we have been subverted. we are willing accomplices to our own destruction. That is the bottom line.
Thank you.
So, Sushil ji, one more question from Mahendra Mishra ji. He's asking that since there are no Kshatriyas in society to protect Brahmins, why we do not learn to protect ourselves as our rishis did to protect Dharma?
Yes, why not? You must ask this question to yourself, and I must ask this question to myself. All of us. Apad kale maryada na jayate is a sutra. No matter which varna, which dharma, which duty you have chosen for yourself, what role you have chosen for yourself in society. But when the calamity strikes, all maryada has to be kept aside and calamity has to be fought for the sake of preservation of dharma.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
So, Surji, question for you. What would you suggest the people, whether you want to call them, Brahmin, whatever the way they are using it, how to protect them with the things what is happening? Here we don't have problem, but there are people, those who are poor, they are doing puja and whatnot. They don't have anything to eat. Where this all those different divisions which has taken place after the India's independence, you got those who are big knowledgeable individuals. They're not poor, but they're still considered scheduled caste and tribe, and they are using it. But the poor Brahmins, even those who are rich, that's okay, but poor Brahmins, they don't have any way to do this because they are not protected. And this has happened since 1947. What would you suggest? What should we do in India?
First of all, I would call them poor. They are poor. And poverty sees no varna, no caste. They may have been born in Brahman Kula. They may carry a surname like Sharma, Pandit, Mishra, Shukla, but they are primarily poor. And poverty sees no identity. Poverty hits people with equal intensity. Deprivation gives equal amount of pain to every human being, to every jiva. It is incidental that they are poor while they are the custodians of rituals in a temple. Okay? So we need to ponder over how to sustain, at what level of priority is a ritual in a temple today when the person who's doing it doesn't know the meaning of it, and those he is doing for also have absolutely no idea. We are in huge ignorance. Sometimes we just do it ad nauseum for strange reasons. We need to reinvent today ourselves. There is a school of thought which says if the spirituality and practice of religion is at the cost of some extremely precious natural resources, if it is done harming the nature, the surroundings, or wasting the resources, we must pay attention to that wastage. We must see whether there is better use or not. If you remember, there was, we have Shata Darshana in Hindu religion. Vedanta is one, Yoga is second, Sankhya is third, Nyaya is fourth, Mimamsa is fifth, Vaisheshika is sixth. When Adi Shankar went to Mandan Mishra was a great Mimamsa. He was into rituals. And Adi Shankara was pure Vedanti. He was into knowledge. And he challenged Mandan Mishra on the reasonableness or logic of rituals vis-a-vis acquiring his wisdom, knowledge, Vedanta, philosophical underpinnings. And he defeated him. And one of the conditions of that Shastart was whoever loses will join the other. And Mandan Mishra became Sureshwaracharya and the first Shankaracharya of Sharda Peeth in Sringeri. Today, unless we are very clear about what these rituals are all about, what is their validity, what is their importance, I'm not, kindly don't misunderstand me for decrying or criticizing rituals. No, but when you decide to undertake some ritual, get to the bottom of it, understand it in its entirety, see what it will do for us, and then do it. Even as a tradition, a ritual needs to be preserved. I completely agree. But without knowing about it, if we just mechanically, as robots, do it, it is unfair to the ritual itself. We need a much bigger comprehensive policy. And yes, anyone poor, deprived of food, deprived of basic existential resources to carry on a life and look after a family, must be supported. There are a lot of Brahmins, a lot of Veda Pathshalas where young boys are learning to chant Vedas in a certain manner. We have a certain raga, a certain system of Veda Ghosha. We will lose this tradition. We will lose this entire, manner of preserving Veda through Shruti and Smriti if we do not create a new generation of Veda Pathis. So there is a very clear reason there. It's not just mechanical preservation. And we must provide for those who give up other options in life. Today, most of these pursuits are left to those who have absolutely no other options in life, the rejects of society, the deprived in the society, the least intelligent and the least ambitious in society seem to be heading there. And that, in my view, is an insult to this tradition. We need to offer our best if we think that these traditions are valuable. There is a certain degree of hypocrisy involved here. I'm sorry if I have hurt anyone with my answer, but I hope you are able to connect with my concern here. Thank you.
Very nice.
So thank you, Sushilji. Thank you very much for very inspiring presentation and also taking number of questions and to your best ability, try to answer them. Now I would invite Salilji. I must add here that when we had convention in San Diego, so I, Sanjay Pandey or Salilji were just talking about our keynote speakers. Salilji offered that why not you invite Sushil Panditji? Okay, because and at the time I realized that he might have seen you on the televisions, okay, or anywhere that I don't know. So it was thought. Now Salilji is going to give vote of thanks to you. Salilji.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for coming here. Thank you for participating in this event. And thank you for everything that you do. We're very much honored and we're very much indebted to you for all the things that you do. Thank you. And thank you for taking my crude questions.
So I'm grateful for this enormously humbling opportunity and this great honor to be in conversation with such luminaries. I see most of those who have seen on the screen older and far more accomplished than me. I'm truly, truly grateful for these words of encouragement. It gives me a lot of energy and reason to carry on. in my own small, humble way, whatever I am able to. Thank you again, all of you, sir. Namaskar.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Now,
Thank you. Thank you.
Sushilji, how long are you going to stay in New York?
I am right now in Philadelphia.
Okay.
Yeah, it took me 4 hours to drive from JFK to here. And I'm here tomorrow and day after. On 16th, I'm likely to leave for Boston.
Okay.
And on 18th, I will leave for San Francisco.
Okay, so we'll talk to you later.
Thank you so
very
much.
much.
Okay.
And
Thank you.
for
Thank
your
you,
time.
sir. Thank you. Have a safe trip.
Thank you so much. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Namaste, namaste.
Namaskar.
Namaskar.
Great talk.
Okay.
Okay, Sanjay ji.
Yes. So this was
थोड़ा
like.
सा ये टायरिंग हो जा रहा है थोड़ा सा हम लोग 10 मिनट का
Yeah, we can take note.
करो थोड़ा सा
Yeah, take a
म्यूजिक
please come by. We have lot more cultural program. You know, 10 minutes break.
म्यूजिक चला दीजिए कुछ
Yeah, Sukrit, you have music. Please, you know, let it go.
Sure. Let us.
Yeah, let's
play
10 minutes
something
break. But
with
please
some
come by
instrument.
and also, you know, tell me people have worked very hard in the cultural.
भाई थोड़ा चाय हो जाए ना ये
Yeah. Have coffee.
नींद आ रही है
Something snack.
ठीक है फिर 10 मिनट बाद आते हैं फिर
Yes, please, yes.
हाँ तो कुछ चला दो सुकृत की म्यूजिक चला दो कुछ
I am.
It's 4:15. How about 4:15?
Okay.
West Coast time 4:15 and 6:15, you know, Texas time. ये 15 मिनट बस 15 मिनट ठीक है
हाँ 15 मिनट
Okay. Thank you. See you soon.
Okay. Let's,
Great talk.
Let's hear some music.
For just $67, you can make as many videos as you want, and you never need to pick up a camera or use any
Skip this is anybody else. ले आओ थोड़ा ले आओ बच्चा ये जो दूध पिया उसका कहाँ है बच्चा
अनम्यूट करो अपने को हेलो
ये केशव जी वो रुद्रांश के पहले प्ले करें
हाँ हाँ सिर्फ बोलो कर दो उसका पहले प्ले कर दीजिए
चैप्टर में रुद्रांश का है वंदे मातरम तो उसको पहले प्ले कर दो उसके बाद यू कम बैक टू द अदर उसी ऑर्डर में फिर चले आओ
अच्छा मिशिगन चैप्टर का इसके बाद आएगा पहले वंदे मातरम होगा
नहीं मिशिगन का ना बहुत से है उसमें तो हम लोग पहले वंदे मातरम करते हैं
जी जी
ठीक है बस एक है
एक है बस
just 2 मिनट का है
जी जी चलेगा नहीं कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं है बिल्कुल
उसके बाद मिशिगन का आ जाएगा सब फिर वी कैन गो बैक टू ह्यूस्टन अगेन
जी 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 बिल्कुल
संजय जी को मैं आपको भेजा था ना तो उसका इंट्रो
क्या चीज
रुद्रांश का इंट्रो में भेजा था आपको ना
हाँ उसमें है ह्यूस्टन चैप्टर में है वो
ठीक है तो हाँ तो उसको सुकृत इंट्रोड्यूस कर देगा लगा देगा बाबू शुरू में
हाँ सुकृत ह्यूस्टन चैप्टर में रुद्रांश पाठक का है वायलिन पहले वो प्ले कर दो उसके बाद कम बैक टू मिशिगन चैप्टर के
हम तो शिव जी भी ज्वाइन करेंगे साहब
हाँ
ओके ओके रुद्रांश पाठक राइट
हाँ
yeah
When you get to some new walnuts, I would love walnuts. You would eat them from your table and you take your own name.
या शिव पाठक जी है ज्वाइन Yeah, Shiv Pathak ji hai.
Ladies and gentlemen, my distinguished guest and all the dignitaries for the BSNA and the GBC annual convention, it is time.
तो संजय जी शिव जी को बोल दीजिए इंट्रोड्यूस कर दें
शिव जी आप हैं वहां पर शिव जी
शिव पाठक जी
आप रुद्रांश को इंट्रोड्यूस कर सकते हैं
Okay, so it is time for our cultural program, but before we start the cultural program on a chapter wise basis, we are going to first play a patriotic song in commemorance of the 75th anniversary of India's Independence Day. So with that in mind, would request Mr. Shiv Pathak ji to introduce
could you start in 3 minutes 6:20
okay
mine time your will be 4:20 right 3 minutes में 2-3 minutes.
Keshav ji can introduce maybe. Do you want to? Keshav ji?
नहीं मैं कह रहा हूँ after start in 2 minutes.
Oh, okay. ठीक है. All right. We have a.
ना material है तुम्हारे पास तो introduce कर देना तो.
Yeah, you can start.
या तो आप यहाँ से ज्ञानेश जी या किसी कोई और जानता है तो इंट्रोड्यूस कर दे।
नहीं ठीक है, कोई जनरल में से चला जाएगा, कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं है, कोई कर दे।
All right. We have a very nice cultural program lineup from every chapter, and including one actually narratives and one presentation of a talk by one of the youths here to project our community 50 years or 100 years from now. So with that in mind, so we are going to start our cultural program in a few minutes, in a 1 minute time. So let's start with the Bande Mataram, one of the most patriotic song in India that has been echoed through the skies and the oceans of the India since the time of the 1857, the first freedom struggle in India. Written by the Bankim Chandra Chatterjee, this has been the heart and soul of the India's freedom struggle. We are going to remember that on this eve of this 75th anniversary of India's Independence Day. I would request Mr. Shri Pathak ji to introduce the performer. Mr. Shri Pathak ji. All right. Ganesh ji.
I think one of you, Ganesh ji, can you introduce him? You have his material, right?
Mr. Ganesh Dadij, could you please unmute yourself and introduce the performer? Ganesh ji? I guess you are, yeah. Okay, all right.
Rudransh is the younger son of Shiv Pathak, and Rudransh is a 10th graders and is passionate about the music and chess. He wants to pursue a career in computer engineering, and he is one of the top ranked class and player in the Texas. And this program is dedicating to Independence Day and celebration of Amrit Mahotsav. So he is presenting the Vande Mataram by Rudransh Pathak on violin.
beautiful
Thank
day,
you, Rudrash. Wonderful performance on the celebration of the Amrit Mahotsav. Thank you.
Thank you, Ganeshji, and thank you, Rudransh, for your exceptional performance. We'll go back to our Michigan chapter. And at this time, I'd like to request the MC from the Michigan chapter, Mrs. Supriya Sharma.
ओके, आपको बहुत बहुत गुड इवनिंग, नमस्ते। और मैं आप सबकी बहुत आभारी हूँ कि मुझे आपने ये अवसर प्रदान किया आज के कार्यक्रम में प्रस्तुति देने के लिए। और बहुत ही सुंदर वायलिन की परफॉर्मेंस हुई है अभी। बहुत ही अच्छा टैलेंट है हर जगह से ब्राह्मण समाज में। और मैं मिशिगन चैप्टर को प्रस्तुत करती हूँ यहाँ पर। सबसे पहले हम प्रस्तुत करेंगे रुद्राष्टकम। नीलांशी उपाध्याय ने ये प्रस्तुति दी है। यह उपाध्याय अर्चना उपाध्याय की गुड़िया है और ये बहुत ही अच्छी नृत्यांगना है और ये भरतनाट्यम सीखती है। ये 2nd ग्रेड में पढ़ती है और अपने एजुकेशन में भी ये बहुत ही एक्सीलेंट है, बहुत ही अच्छी विद्यार्थी है। तो आइए हम रुद्राष्टकम से शुरुआत करते हैं। प्लीज।
आदरं मधुरं वदनं मधुरं नयनं मधुरं हसितं मधुरं हृदयं मधुरं गमनं मधुरं मधुराधिपतिरखिलं मधुरं 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 Preno madhuro, preno madhura, pani madhura, padam madhuro, nrityam madhuram, sakhyam madhuram, madhuradhipati rakhilam madhuram, 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 madhuram. Geetam madhuram, geetam madhuram, suktam madhuram, suktam madhuram, rupam madhuram, tilakam madhuram, madhuradhipate rakhilam madhuram, madhuram, madhuram. Akhilam madhuram, 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 akhilam madhuram, rupa madhura, yashti madhura, srishti madhura, jaridam madhuram, varidam madhuram, madhuradhipate rakhilam akhilam madhuram, 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 akhilam madhuram.
बहुत ही सुंदर प्रस्तुति यहाँ पर हमारी एक बहुत अच्छी गुड़िया ने दी। और अब हम आगे बढ़ेंगे तो मैं यहाँ पर विराज रविज मिश्रा इनको प्रस्तुत करना चाहती हूँ। ये बहुत ही अच्छे भांगड़ा डांसर हैं और विजय मिश्रा जो कि मिशिगन चैप्टर के प्रेसिडेंट हैं, उनके सुपुत्र हैं रजनी मिश्रा और विजय मिश्रा के। और आइए इनका हम बहुत ही सुंदर भांगड़ा नृत्य की प्रस्तुति देखते हैं। आइए। बहुत ही लाजवाब बाकमाल प्रस्तुति दी गई है रविच के द्वारा और बहुत-बहुत धन्यवाद बेटे इतना अच्छा डांस करने के लिए। अब हम अगली प्रस्तुति देखेंगे विराज मिश्रा की जो कि रविच के ही बड़े भाई हैं और विजय मिश्रा और रजनी मिश्रा के बड़े सुपुत्र हैं और बहुत ही अच्छा बाकमाल गाते हैं ये। ये हमारे मिशिगन में बहुत ही फेमस सिंगर हैं, बहुत ही अच्छा कैरियोके गाते हैं। तो आइए अब हम इनकी मधुर आवाज के साथ खो जाते हैं। तो मैं स्वागत करती हूँ विराज मिश्रा का, प्लीज।
खैरियत पूछो कभी तो कैफियत पूछो तुम्हारे बिन दीवाने का क्या हाल है। मेरा देखो ना मेरी हैसियत पूछो, तेरे बिन एक दिन जैसे 100 साल है। अंजाम है तय मेरा, होना तुम्हें है मेरा, जितनी भी हो दूरियां फिलहाल है। ये दूरियां फिलहाल है। हो खैरियत पूछो कभी तो कैफियत पूछो, तुम्हारे बिन दीवाने का क्या हाल है। दिल मेरा देखो ना मेरी हैसियत पूछो, तेरे बिन एक दिन जैसे 100 साल है। तुम्हारी तस्वीर के सहारे मौसम कई गुजारे, मौसमी ना समझो पर इश्क को हमारे, नजरों के सामने मैं आता नहीं तुम्हारे, मगर रहते हो हर पल मंजर में तुम हमारे। गर इश्क से है मिला फिर दर्द से क्या गिला, इस दर्द में जिंदगी खुशहाल है। ये दूरियां फिलहाल है। हो खैरियत पूछो कभी तो कैफियत पूछो, तुम्हारे बिन दीवाने का क्या हाल है। दिल मेरा देखो ना मेरी हैसियत पूछो, तेरे बिन एक दिन जैसे 100 साल है। अंजाम है तय मेरा, होना तुम्हें है मेरा, जितनी भी हो दूरियां फिलहाल है। ये दूरियां फिलहाल है।
बहुत ही खूबसूरत गायकी हमारे विराज मिश्रा के द्वारा, बहुत सुंदर गाते हैं ये। और अब हम आगे बढ़ेंगे हमारी एक बहुत ही प्यारी बेटी अपर्णा शर्मा के साथ। बताना चाहूंगी कि अपर्णा शर्मा मिस मिशिगन में फर्स्ट रनर अप रही हैं। इन्होंने रॉस बिजनेस स्कूल से अपनी पढ़ाई करी है और एक बहुत ही योग्य लड़की हैं, और इन्होंने मिस मिशिगन में जो प्रस्तुति दी थी उसी को ये आप सबके सामने रखना चाहती हैं। तो आइए हम इनकी बहुत सुंदर प्रस्तुति का मजा लेते हैं। ये बहुत बाकमाल डांस करती हैं। तो आइए नैनो वाले ने के साथ हम इनका डांस देखते हैं। आइए।
नैनो वाले ने छेड़ा मन का प्याला, छलकाई मधुशाला, मेरा चैन रैन नैन अपने साथ ले गया। नैनो वाले ने पगडोलो रे डगमग सी मैं चलती हूँ जगमग सी जलती तेरे नैनों के कैसी मदिरा थर थर कांपूं रे तेरे तीर से लिपटी चंदन की नाग से लिपटी मैं बेहोश तू नशा ऐसी मोह की दशा मेरा चैन रैन नैन अपने साथ ले गया नैनों वाले ने छेड़ा मन का प्याला छलकाई मधुशाला मेरा चैन रैन नैन अपने साथ ले गया बहुत ही खूबसूरत प्रस्तुति अपर्णा शर्मा के द्वारा और हम देख रहे हैं कि हमारे सभी जो यहाँ का यूथ है वो कितना टैलेंटेड है और ये सभी बहुत उत्साहित थे इस कार्यक्रम में पार्टिसिपेट करने के लिए। तो बहुत ही अच्छा नृत्य प्रस्तुत किया गया अपर्णा के द्वारा। अब एक आखिरी और अंतिम प्रस्तुति है मेरे द्वारा। मेरा नाम है सुप्रिया शर्मा और मैंने एक पहाड़ी गाने पर नृत्य किया है। मैं आशा करती हूँ कि आप लोगों को पसंद आएगा। मेरे द्वारा ये प्रस्तुति देखिए। है और ये जो गाना मैं प्रस्तुत करने जा रही हूँ ये देहरादून हमारे उत्तराखंड का एक बहुत ही प्यारा गाना है। तो मैं इस पर डांस की प्रस्तुति देना चाहती हूँ।
हो लाल चुन्नी कुर्ती यो तेरी काली तुए देखी सिटी ताली बजूची पूरी थल की बजारा बजूची पूरी थल की बजारा तो काने बाली यो बिंदुली का पाली देखी वे सिटी ताली बजूची पूरी थल की बजारा बजूची सिटी थल की बजारा बजा दे खुटों की पायल तू छमा छम छमा छम छमा छम कमय हुडू की यो ढोल दमादम 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 आजा 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 ओ मेरी लाली मनोला ओ दिवाली ऊंची यो पूरी थल की बाजार ऊंची यो पूरी थल की बाजार ओ लाल चुन्नी कुर्ती यो तेरी काली वे देखी सिटी ताली बजूची पूरी थल की बाजारा बजूची सिटी थल की बाजारा मैं मेरी धड़कन का मैं यो मेरो दिल मेरो दिल मेरो दिल घुमुल मैं तुए को मुनशार तू मैं को मिल सुन ले सुन ले सुन ले ओ मेरी लाली तू फूल मैं छुडाली ऊंची यो पूरी थल की बाजारा ऊंची यो पूरी थल की बाजारा हो लाल चुन्नी कुर्ती यो तेरी काली वे देखी सिटी ताली बजूची पूरी थल की बाजारा वो काने बाली ओ बिंदुली का पाली देखी बेसिटी ताली बजूची पूरी थल की बाजारा बजूची सिटी थल की बाजारा हो लाल चुन्नी कुर्ती यो तेरी काली वे देखी सिटी ताली बजूची पूरी थल की बाजारा बजूची पूरी थल की बाजारा वो काने बाली यो बिंदुली का पाली देखी वे सिटी ताली बजूची पूरी थल की बाजारा बजूची सिटी थल की बाजारा
जी, आप सब लोग के लिए बहुत ही मैं धन्यवाद करती हूँ कि आपने मिशिगन चैप्टर को आपके अनुमति दी कि हमारी तरफ से इतना टैलेंट प्रस्तुत किया जाए और मैं बहुत आभारी हूँ कि हमने बहुत अच्छा समय आपके साथ व्यतीत किया। थैंक यू सो मच। थैंक यू।
आप लोग बने रहिए सुप्रिया जी, और भी प्रोग्राम अच्छे हैं आगे।
जी जी बिल्कुल रहेंगे, क्यों नहीं रहेंगे, हर जगह से बहुत ही सुंदर टैलेंट है।
अभी तो
Supriya ji, thank you very much.
Thank you. Yes, thank you so
I
much.
just want to say a couple of things about Supriya ji. Supriya ji actually connected with BSNA in 2017 जब हम लोग का convention हो रहा था, and since then she has been so active, arranging so many programs. And Supriya ji and Subham ji, her husband, they are very active. And thanks for all your hard work, Supriya ji. We look forward to seeing your participation further.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Uncle ji.
Thank you, Supriya. Thank you so much. Wonderful host. Very wonderful host. Very nice.
जी भैया, आप लोगों से सीख
Excellent
रही हूँ।
presentation.
आप लोगों से ही सीख रही हूँ, और अगर कहीं भूल चूक हुई है, कहीं गलती हुई है, तो आप सब मुझे क्षमा करें।
ऐसे कैसे हो सकता है?
So
Excellent.
for the people who may not be introduced with Vijay ji is now the president of Michigan chapter.
Congratulations.
And Vijay ji has been doing excellent job. We have so many activities planned in Michigan. I mean, you can't believe it. So
yes,
we are really excited chapter. We have hundreds of family actually now, literally. So we look forward to working with our national committee. And
Ajay ji, it's very exciting years ahead, huh?
Yes.
Yes.
Awesome, Ajay ji. Thank you.
मेरी छोटी सी गुड़िया है, वो आप सब लोगों को हाय करना चाहती हूँ।
नमस्ते।
हाय करो।
हेलो।
हाय।
नमस्ते।
और ये मेरे हस्बैंड, शुभम 2 मिनट। ये है मेरे हस्बैंड।
Excellent couple.
Thank you so much.
बहुत अच्छा।
Thank you, Subham. Thank you, Supriya.
बोलो नमस्ते, जय जय करो। जय जय।
कितनी बड़ी है? How old is she?
14 months. 14
Oh my God, exactly like my granddaughter. इधर लास्ट इधर 14 महीने की वो भी जून में हुई थी ना? कितना? 8 जून 14 क्या जुलाई?
अच्छा।
ये से नमस्ते से नमस्ते प्यारे हो। देख रही है।
That's amazing.
चलिए
ठीक है जी। हाँ, बहुत प्यारी हो तुम।
बच्चे हैं।
चलिए
ओके, थैंक यू
जी, हम बने रहेंगे, बिल्कुल देखेंगे आगे।
अभी एक्चुअली एक इंडिया का बहुत बढ़िया वो डांस लास्ट में है, वो थोड़ा आपके यहाँ लेट होगा, बट आई इंकरेज यू टू स्टिक अराउंड।
अच्छा, अरे वाह, इंडिया से ज्वाइन किए हैं हमें किसी ने?
नहीं है, वो रिकॉर्डेड है, वो लक्ष्मू महाराज, उनके बहुत अच्छे डांस है वो, आप देखेंगे अभी, इफ यू स्टिक अराउंड। यस
जी, जरूर हम बने रहेंगे, बिल्कुल।
ओके, सुकृत, नेक्स्ट वन प्लीज। थैंक यू।
Thank you, Michigan chapter. Thank you, Supriya ji, Ajay ji, Vijay ji, for the exceptional performance. And at this time, I'd like to request Houston chapter to come and present the show. For us, I would request Mr. Ganesh Dadhich to act.
Thank you, Sukrit ji. नमस्कार, मैं आप सबका BSNA GBC मेंबर्स का ह्यूस्टन चैप्टर और ह्यूस्टन चैप्टर के सब मेंबर्स की तरफ से आप सबका स्वागत करता हूं। हमेशा की तरह इस बार भी हमारी काफी धमाकेदार परफॉर्मेंस है ह्यूस्टन चैप्टर की तरफ से, और आप सब लोगों को बहुत पसंद आएगा। सब परफॉर्मेंस में काफी मेहनत की इसके लिए। तो अब मैं शुरुआत करता हूँ। हमारे एक राजस्थानी मांड है जिसमें लोगों को इनवाइट किया जाता है, केसरिया बालम। उसकी 2 लाइनें मैं आप सबके सामने प्रस्तुत करूंगा, उसके बाद हमारे परफॉर्मेंस स्टार्ट करते हैं। केसरिया बालम आओ नी, पधारो मारे देश रे, पधारो मारे देश। पिया प्यारी ढोला आओ नी, पधारो मारे देश। ओ साजन साजन मैं करूं, साजन ये जड़ी, लिख लिखू मारे चूड़ली, मैं वाचूं घड़ी घड़ी। पिया प्यारी ढोला आओ नी, पधारो मारे देश रे, पधारो मारे देश। केसरिया बालम आओ नी, पधारो मारे देश। इसी तरह से मैं आप सबको इनवाइट करता हूँ ह्यूस्टन चैप्टर परफॉर्मेंस के लिए।
ज्ञानेश यादव छुपे रुस्तम निकले, इतना बढ़िया गाते हैं।
थैंक यू सर।
ज्ञानेश जी बढ़िया।
तो अभी हमारी फर्स्ट परफॉर्मेंस जो है इस इवनिंग की, हमारे ह्यूस्टन की आन बान शान श्रीमती कुसुम शर्मा जी, जिनके बारे में सब लोग को पता है उनकी परफॉर्मेंस, और वो काफी टैलेंटेड है और वो पहली परफॉर्मेंस कर रही हैं अपनी 2 डॉटर के साथ में, तानिया और आशीष शर्मा उनके साथ में, और शी इज फ्रॉम द श्री नटराज स्कूल ऑफ द डांस। पूरा ह्यूस्टन कम्युनिटी, टेक्सास कम्युनिटी उनको काफी उनके परफॉर्मेंस से परिचित है। तो वो सबसे पहले गणेश जी के लिए प्रेजेंटिंग क्लासिकल डांस ऑन द गणपति जगवंदन के साथ में वो गणेश जी की वंदना उनका डांस है, और गुरु शिष्या का एक कॉम्बिनेशन आपको देखने को मिलेगा, क्योंकि वो अपनी डॉटर्स के साथ में और उनकी गुरु भी है। तो सबसे पहला उनका परफॉर्मेंस शुरुआत करते हैं गणपति वंदना से।
गणाध्यक्षाय धीमहि गुणशरीराय गुणमण्डिताय गुणेशानाय धीमहि गुणातीताय गुणाधीशाय गुणप्रविष्टाय धीमहि एकदन्ताय वक्रतुण्डाय गौरीतनयाय धीमहि गजेशानाय भालचन्द्राय श्रीगणेशाय गीततत्त्वाय गीतगोत्राय धीमहि गूढगुल्पाय गन्धमन्ताय भोजनप्रदाय धीमहि गुणातीताय गुणाधीशाय गुणप्रवेशाय धीमहि एकदन्ताय वक्रतुण्डाय गौरीतनयाय धीमहि गजेशानाय बालचन्द्राय श्रीगणेशाय धीमहि ग्रन्थगीताय ग्रन्थगेयाय ग्रन्थान्तरात्मने गीतलीनाय गीताश्रयाय गीतवाद्यपटवे गीतचरिताय गायकवराय गन्धर्वकृते गायकाधीनविग्रहाय गङ्गाजलप्रणयमते गौरीतनन्दनाय गौरीहृदयनन्दनाय गौरभानुसुताय गौरीगणेश्वराय गौरीप्रणयाय गौरीप्रवणाय गौरभावाय धीमहि गोत्रजत्राय गोवर्धनाय गोपगोपाय धीमहि गुणातीताय गुणाधीशाय गुणप्रविष्टाय धीमहि एकदन्ताय वक्रतुण्डाय गौरीतनयाय धीमहि गजेशानाय भालचन्द्राय श्रीगणेशाय धीमहि एकदन्ताय वक्रतुण्डाय गौरीतनयाय धीमहि गजेशानाय भालचन्द्राय श्रीगणेशाय धीमहि
बहुत सुंदर भाई।
ज्ञानेश जी अपने को अनम्यूट करिए।
गणेश जी म्यूट है।
Thank you so much, Kusum ji. A big round of applause for the excellent performance from the three brilliant artists, Kusum ji, Tanya, and Ashish Sharma. And we all very proud of her contribution to the art of dancing. Thank you, Kusum. Now we are moving on our next performance from Aditya Mishra. She is going to be performing on the violin. Aditya is 13-year-old and studies in grade 8. She is the daughter of Manish ji and Vinita Mishra ji. Aditya plays violin for her school orchestra and loves singing and the painting.
I'll be playing King's Court by Susan Day.
Now I will be playing the song Ye Sham Mastani. Thank you.
बहुत सुंदर.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the beautiful performance, Aditya. It was a wonderful performance. And हमारे ह्यूस्टन चैप्टर में यंग टैलेंटेड हैं और सब इतनी मेहनत करते हैं अपनी परफॉर्मेंस तैयार करने के लिए. बहुत कम समय में वो सिर्फ अभी इंडिया से आई थी और बहुत कम टाइम में मैंने मनीष जी को बोला कि हम एक परफॉर्मेंस चाहिए और उन्होंने तैयार के की थी. थैंक यू सो मच मनीष जी, आपने इतना सपोर्ट किया, उसके लिए धन्यवाद. अब हमारे लिए नेक्स्ट परफॉर्मेंस जो है is again the brilliant classical dance by जानकी पाठक. She is the daughter of Shri Brij Pathak ji and वो महिषासुर मर्दनी के ऊपर क्लासिकल डांस प्रस्तुत कर रही है. प्लीज वेलकम जानकी पाठक.
गो जानकी. तो मेरी छात्रा है.
गिरिनन्दिनि नन्दितमेदिनि विश्वविनोदिनि नन्दनुते गिरिवरविन्ध्यशिरोधिनि वासिनि विष्णुविलासिनि जिष्णुनुते भगवति हेशिति कण्ठकुटुम्बिनि भूरि कुटुम्बिनि भूरि कृते जय जय हे महिषासुरमर्दिनि रम्यकपर्दिनि शैलसुते. जगदम्ब मदम्ब कदम्ब वन प्रियवासिनि आसरते शिखरि शिरोमणि तुङ्ग हिमालय शृङ्ग निजालय मध्यगते मधु मधुरे मधु कैटभगञ्जिनि कैटभभञ्जिनि रासरते जय जय हे महिषासुरमर्दिनि रम्यकपर्दिनि शैलसुते.
बहुत सुंदर.
Very nice, very nice.
That was amazing performance. Thank you Janki for the beautiful performance. And एक और हमारे यंग टैलेंटेड हमारे ह्यूस्टन से हैं, तो थैंक यू सो मच जानकी. अब नेक्स्ट परफॉर्मेंस के लिए मैं इनवाइट करता हूं हमारे BSNA के न्यूएस्ट मेंबर हैं श्री हितेश शर्मा जी. इनकी टैलेंट की डिस्कवरी इस साल हमारे होली मिलन समारोह में हुई थी और हितेश जी इज गोइंग टू बी सिंग अ ब्यूटीफुल बॉलीवुड सॉन्ग. हितेश शर्मा जी.
मैं पल दो पल का शायर, पल दो पल मेरी कहानी है, पल दो पल मेरी हंसी है, पल
पल दो पल मेरी जवानी है। मैं पल दो पल का शायर हूँ, पल दो पल मेरी कहानी है। पल दो पल मेरी हंसी है, पल दो पल मेरी जवानी है। मैं पल दो पल का शायर हूँ। मुझसे पहले कितने शायर आए और आकर चले गए। कुछ आहें भर कर लौट गए, कुछ नगमे गा कर चले गए। वो भी एक पल का किस्सा थे, मैं भी एक पल का किस्सा हूँ। कल तुमसे जुदा हो जाऊंगा, वो आज तुम्हारा हिस्सा हूँ। मैं पल दो पल का शायर हूँ, पल दो पल मेरी कहानी है। पल दो पल मेरी हंसी है, पल दो पल मेरी जवानी है। मैं पल दो पल का शायर हूँ। कल और आएंगे नगमों की खिलती कलियां चुनने वाले, मुझसे बेहतर कहने वाले, तुमसे बेहतर सुनने वाले। कल कोई मुझको याद करे, क्यों कोई मुझको याद करे। मशरूफ ज़माना मेरे लिए क्यों वक्त अपना बर्बाद करे। मैं पल दो पल का शायर हूँ, पल दो पल मेरी कहानी है। पल दो पल मेरी हंसी है, पल दो पल मेरी जवानी है। मैं पल दो पल का शायर हूँ, पल दो पल मेरी कहानी है। पल दो पल मेरी हंसी है, पल दो पल मेरी जवानी है। मैं पल दो पल का शायर हूँ।
Big round of applause for Hitesh. Wonderful singing, wonderful, and showcasing of your singing talent. Thank you so much. तो अब हम हमारे नेक्स्ट परफॉर्मेंस के लिए मूव कर रहे हैं आगे। होप आपको ये ह्यूस्टन चैप्टर का जो ह्यूस्टन टेक्सास चैप्टर का ये रंगारंग प्रोग्राम काफी पसंद आ रहा होगा। थैंक यू। अभी नेक्स्ट जो है, ईश्वर सत्य है, सत्य ही शिव है, शिव ही सुंदर है। ये प्रस्तुति लेके आ रही हैं अभी हमारी अगेन टैलेंटेड कुसुम शर्मा जी, नटराज स्कूल ऑफ डांस। एंड अभी वो सोलो परफॉर्मेंस लेके आ रही हैं सत्यम शिवम सुंदरम के ऊपर। उनका नृत्य प्रस्तुति है। प्लीज बिग राउंड ऑफ अप्लॉज श्री कुसुम शर्मा जी।
Brought to you by the Kalakriti Performing Arts.
शिव है।
Again, wonderful performance by
Awesome, awesome.
Kusum
No
ji
language.
and her hard work and the dedication. Kusum ji, thank you so much. आप हमारे वास्तव में ह्यूस्टन और टेक्सास चैप्टर की आन बान शान है, इसमें कोई दो राय नहीं. थैंक यू सो मच आपके हार्ड वर्क के लिए. अब मैं आगे के लिए परफॉर्मेंस करता हूं. हमारे लास्ट परफॉर्मेंस है और एंड जो परफॉर्मेंस है हमारे ह्यूस्टन की स्वर कोकिला जिन्हें कहा जाता है, चेतना उपाध्याय जी. उनकी आवाज इतनी मधुर है कि मतलब हमेशा कानों में मधुरता घोलती रहती हैं और इसीलिए उन्हें स्वर कोकिला कहा गया है हमारे ह्यूस्टन की. तो चेतना जी को मैं आमंत्रित करना चाहता हूँ और वो 2 सॉन्ग परफॉर्म करेंगी. शिव जी का भजन और शी इज गोइंग टू लाइव परफॉर्म. सो वेलकम टू चेतना उपाध्याय.
Namaste everyone at BSNA. Now I think I should have given recording. It would have been better. तो श्रावण महीना चल रहा है तो मैंने सोचा कि शिव जी का बहुत सुंदर भजन मैंने प्रिपेयर किया था during this month. So I would like everyone to hear because quite a few of us are from Banaras and you know we all pray to Lord Shiva. तो मैं ये भजन प्रस्तुत करने जा रही हूँ. Om Namah Shivaya Shambho. Om Namah Shivaya. Om Namah Shivaya Shambho. Om Namah Shivaya. शिव कैलाशों के वासी धौली धारों के राजा शंकर संकट हरना शंकर संकट हरना तेरे कैलाशों का अंत न पाया तेरे कैलाशों का अंत न पाया अंत बेअंत तेरी माया ओ भोले बाबा अंत बेअंत तेरी माया शिव कैलाशों के वासी धौली धारों के राजा शंकर संकट हरना तेरा था डेरा भोले चार दिशा में तेरा था डेरा भोले चार दिशा में धरती अंबर ये जग तेरा ओ भोले बाबा चंदा सूरज और मैं तेरा शिव कैलाशों के वासी धौली धारों के राजा शंकर संकट हरना बेल की पतियां भांग धतूरा बेल की पतियां भांग धतूरा शिव जी के मन को लुभाए ओ भोले बाबा शिव जी के मन को लुभाए शिव कैलाशों के वासी धौली धारों शंकर संकट हरना।
Wonderful, wonderful, Chetna ji. Thank you so much.
So now I think I decided on a lok geet from time hai Ganesh.
हाँ बिल्कुल टाइम है, आप कंटिन्यू, आप चिंता मत कीजिए।
ओके ठीक है।
सब मजे कर रहे हैं और सबको बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है, तो सब टाइम देंगे आप उसका।
थैंक यू सो मच। So my mother is from आजमगढ़, तो वो काफी सूफी चीजों में इंटरेस्टेड रहती हैं। So my mother said के why don't you sing this Sufi kind of sorry everyone.
Yeah, take it.
तो ये मैं this is something very beautiful. तो मम्मी काफी उर्दू में हैं, she is very involved. उन्होंने कहा कि try to sing this. I will try. I just learned it in the morning. जिंदगी से बड़ी सजा ही नहीं, और क्या जुर्म है पता ही नहीं, इतने हिस्सों में बट गया हूँ मैं, मेरे हिस्से में कुछ बचा ही नहीं, जिंदगी से बड़ी सजा ही नहीं, छाप तिलक सब छीनी रे मुझसे नैना मिलाए के, छाप तिलक सब छीनी रे मुझसे नैना मिलाए के, नैना मिलाए के मुझसे नैना मिलाए के, प्रेम भटी का मधवा पिलाए के, प्रेम भटी का मधवा पिलाए के, मतवारी कर ली नीरे मुझसे नैना मिला के, मुझसे नैना मिला के, मुझसे नैना मिला के, छाप तिलक सब छीनी रे मुझसे नैना मिला के, बलि बलि जाओ, बलि बलि जाओ, बलि बलि जाओ, तोरे रंग रेजवा, बलि बलि जाओ, बलि बलि जाओ, बलि बलि जाओ, तोरे रंग रेजवा, अपनी सी रंग दी रे मुझसे नैना मिला के, मुझसे नैना मिला के, मुझसे नैना मिला के, छाप तिलक सब छीनी रे मुझसे नैना मिला के, खुसरो निजाम के बल बल जई है, खुसरो निजाम के बल बल जई है, मोहे सुहागन की नीरे मुझसे नैना मिला के, मुझसे नैना मिला के, मुझसे नैना मिला के, मुझसे नैना मिला के, जिंदगी से बड़ी सजा ही नहीं, और क्या जुर्म है पता ही नहीं। Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chetna ji. It's wonderful, wonderful.
You're
मजा आ गया।
Awesome, awesome, Chetna ji.
Excellent, excellent, very nice.
Very, very good.
मतलब आज
बहुत बढ़िया।
प्रोग्राम बहुत ही ह्यूस्टन चैप्टर में 4 चांद लग गए। सब लोगों को बड़ा आनंद आ रहा होगा, आई होप।
बहुत सुंदर,
बढ़िया
फैंटास्टिक
बढ़िया,
चेतना जी।
very very nice.
Indeed.
Very
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you for arranging. Thank you, Gyanesh. Thank you, BSNA committee, and giving me this opportunity. Thank you.
BSNA is nothing without आप सब परफॉर्मर्स के बिना BSNA कुछ नहीं कर सकता। आप लोगों का सपोर्ट है, इसीलिए BSNA और हमारा
Yes.
चैप्टर है वो हमेशा बहुत अच्छा करता है। थैंक यू।
Thank you. Thank you so much.
चेतना जी, मैं सेन पाठक बोल रहा हूँ। आपकी माता जी आजमगढ़ में कहाँ से आती हैं?
आजमगढ़ में कंधरापुर।
अरे बाप, हम भी आजमगढ़ के हैं भाई, उनको हमारा सादर प्रणाम बोलिएगा।
जरूर। I think it was very much dominated by Muslim community आजमगढ़। तो मम्मी काफी उर्दू से, मनीष she is more into उर्दू। तो
आजमगढ़ बस जान लीजिए, उनको
तो
मेरा प्रणाम बोलिएगा।
जरूर अंकल, थैंक यू।
ऐसी बिटिया को दिया उन्होंने, हम लोग वेरी प्राउड ऑफ यू, वेरी प्राउड ऑफ यू।
थैंक यू, मैं मम्मी से बताऊंगी।
जरूर, प्लीज।
प्रणाम अंकल, प्रणाम।
चेतना जी, आपका जो इको है मैंने एनेबल करके रखा था, बाद में आपको रिकॉर्डिंग का पार्ट भेज देता हूँ, आप सुनिएगा।
कोई बात नहीं।
अरुण प्रकाश बोल रहा हूँ, बहुत सुंदर गाई हो बंधु।
थैंक यू अंकल।
मजा आ गया यार, क्या गाई हो तुम यार।
चला बनारस का नाक रख देनी।
हाँ तो और का ये तो वही ना। अरे तो और का ना, हम तो सुन ली ना, बहुत सुंदर।
तुम्हारे के हवाला करनी बनी।
हाँ भोजपुरी बोली ला अंकल, हम तो
उनको हम चिढ़ा रहे हैं।
अच्छा ठीक।
भोजपुरी का चिढ़ावा बहुत दूसर टाइप का हो रहा है।
मदवा जवन को हाथों का तो सुना दे।
अरे और कहा
बस करा भोजपुरी, बस करा भाई, आगे प्रोग्राम चलावा।
आगे प्रोग्राम मिश्रा जी का प्रोग्राम होगा
आगे प्रोग्राम।
सॉरी पाठक जी, सॉरी।
Now in the last, I would like to invite Houston chapter president Shri Shyam Sharma ji for vote of thanks. मैं उनको invite करता हूँ।
Thanks, Ganesh ji. Welcome everybody in our annual convention, and appreciate everybody participating. Houston chapter ने सही में जो है वो बहुत ही बढ़िया बेहतरीन परफॉर्मेंस दिया है, तो मैं आप सबको बधाई देता हूँ। सबको जो है वो आई एम सो थैंकफुल टू यू एंड थैंकफुल टू ज्ञानेश जी, जिन्होंने जो है वो ये एक बहुत बड़ा बीड़ा उठाया कल्चरल प्रोग्राम को कोऑर्डिनेट करने का, और ये पूरे प्रोग्राम को जो है वो पूरे सिरे से जो है वो ऑर्गेनाइज करने का, प्लस ऑल द वॉलंटियर्स, सुकृत जी और जो भी मतलब जो है पीछे से जिन्होंने सपोर्ट किया। आई ऑलवेज एडमायर आवर फाउंडर्स, केशव शुक्ला जी, सैन पाठक जी, और भी बहुत जो हमारे वरिष्ठ गण हैं जो कि BSNA के अंदर इतने टाइम से जिन्होंने इस टॉर्च को जो है अभी तक जला के रखा है, और बहुत ही अच्छा जो है वो एक संस्कृति, अपना जो कल्चर है, रिलीजन है, उस सबको जो है वो इतना आगे बढ़ाया है। आज के जो प्रोग्राम के बारे में, नाउ इट प्रूव्स दैट Houston has a lot of good talent. जहाँ तक जो है परफॉर्मेंस का सवाल है, कुसुम जी, चेतना जी और यंग यूथ ने भी काफ़ी आगे बढ़ के हिस्सा लिया। So I'm really thankful and proud of everybody, and I appreciate their participation and their dedication, and hope that like we continue like this. There were some new talent also which came out, and that is great. We always encourage new participation, and thank you so much from the whole Houston chapter. Word of thanks. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you Shyam ji. Thank you Shyam ji. और आप लोगों की इन्फॉर्मेशन के लिए कि श्याम जी की अभी कुछ दिन पहले सर्जरी हुई थी हार्ट की, तो इसलिए ये बिहाइंड द सीन थे अभी तक, हाँ, मगर हम लोगों ने रिक्वेस्ट किया कि आके आज स्क्रीन पे ज्वाइन करें. So thank you, Shyam ji.
Thank you, Shukla ji. And I think BSNA has given a very good support and really appreciate it. It's like a family. एक परिवार की तरह है. और ये अब तो जो है वो GBC के कारण से पूरे जो है वो एक ग्लोबल लेवल पे जो है एक परिवार जुड़ गया है. तो बहुत अच्छा लगता है कि हमारा कल्चर और हमारा जो ब्राह्मणिक वैल्यूज है वो इतना आगे ले जा रहे हैं हम लोग. इवन आज जो स्पीकर्स थे और जो डिस्कशंस हुए थे वो भी बहुत ही मतलब वैल्यूएबल थे. तो आई थिंक वी शुड कीप डूइंग मोर एंड मोर ऑफ दिस काइंड प्रोग्राम्स. थैंक यू.
थैंक यू श्याम जी. थैंक यू सो मच.
थैंक यू श्याम जी. थैंक यू सो मच. और आप सबका मैं बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद करता हूँ ह्यूस्टन चैप्टर की तरफ से. और जो हमारे परफॉर्मेंस और पार्टिसिपेंट थे उन्होंने जो वंडरफुल परफॉर्मेंस दी. और मैं अब आगे सुकृत जी को हैंड ओवर करता हूँ आगे के चैप्टर के परफॉर्मेंस के लिए. थैंक यू सो मच फ्रॉम ह्यूस्टन चैप्टर. मैं ज्ञानेश सतीश.
ज्ञानेश जी बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद. योर डेडिकेशन really really appreciated. Okay, thank you so much Ganesh ji. Okay, thank you. Sukrit, please.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you Ganesh ji, and thank you Shyam Shukla ji. Thank you very much, and for presenting the very exceptional program from your Houston chapter. At this time, I would like to request our next chapter, but I would like to first ask whether our San Diego chapter is ready to go ahead, or we need.
We're ready to go ahead.
All right. So at this time, I'd like to invite our San Diego chapter to present the cultural program, and it will be emceed by Ratna Chatlani. So Ratna ji, over to you.
Namaste, everybody. Thank you for letting us give our presentation to everybody. I just want to say it's an awesome presentation by Houston, by Michigan. All the chapters amazing. So let's continue. I'm just going to step right into it. The first item we have is by Induja Shukla. Her nickname is Pihu. She's 11 years old, daughter of Himanshu and Preeti Shukla, and she'll be doing it. She'll be reciting the Ish Chintan. And Sukrit will share the file.
Namaste everyone, I'm Induja Shukla from San Diego, and today I'll be performing Ish Chintan. Om Bhurбhuvah Swaha Tat Saviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo No Na Prachodayat. Om Satchidanandrupaya Namostu Paramatmane Jyote Maya Swarupaya Vishwamangalyam Bhutaye Prakati Panchabhutani Karaloka Sahasvata Ishatkalishtha Sarveshan Sara Kurvantu Mangalam Ratna Karatautapadam Himalaya Tiritinim Brahmaraja Shiratnatyam Vande Bharat Matavam Om Ishamvasimidam Sarvam Yattinchab Jaratyanjarat Tena Tattena Punjita Makarakasya Svitvanam Om Sankachatvam Sandadvatvam Sambho Manansi Jatan Deva Bhagam Yata Purve Sanjanana Upasate Samano Mantra Samiti Samani Samanam Mana Sahachittamesha Samanam Mana Avimantyayeva Samani Navo Havisha Johomi Samani Va Akutihi Samanaditayani Vaha Samanamastu Vo Munoho Yitavasya Sahasati Asatoma Sat Gamayat Tamasoma Jurte Gamayat Mityoma Amritam Gamayat Om Purnamida Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudachate Purnasya Bhunamadaya Purnameva Vashishyate Natvaham Kamaye Rajam Nasvargam Vai Punarbhavam Kamaye Dukkataptana Prani Namati Nashanam Jiyare Yavadadana सात्वतारं ततोऽधिकम् इत्येषा प्रार्थनास्माकं भगवन् परिपूयताम् ॐ सर्वे भवन्तु सुखिनः सर्वे सन्तु निरामया सर्वे भद्राणि पश्यन्तु मा कश्चित् दुःखभाग् भवेत् ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः धन्यवाद.
Thank you, Vijay. Thank you.
That was
Great.
awesome. That was awesome, Induja. Wow, she did an awesome
Yeah.
job enunciating all those hard Sanskrit words, and that was perfect for Independence Day coming up. The next item we have is by Ekansh Thakur. This is a piano recital, and it's based on a composition by Louis Gobert. So we're going west now. It's called By the Seaside, Opera 63, number 7, called Strieberg. So again, it's Ekansh Thakur on piano.
Beautiful. Beautiful.
Wow, that was awesome, Ekansh. My goodness, that was super
Beautiful.
amazing. So
Beautiful.
many different
Beautiful.
pieces, so
Wow.
much song. Love the texture in your notes. Amazing. Keep it up. Keep practicing.
Yes, we
Okay.
gave very short time
Sure.
chance to play.
Yeah, that was awesome. And they're a new family that joined BSNA Tucker family. So welcome to our San Diego
Wonderful.
organization. Okay, the next one up is a Bollywood dance by Suti Pandey. The name is Wahi To Meri Sweetheart Hai. And Suti has been doing performances every year pretty much for us, every time we have BSNA conventions, you know, and she started at a young age, and now every year I can see she gets better and better. Now I just saw her dance just before this, and I could see her hand movements are beautiful, her leg movements are beautiful. So you'll see it right now. So Stuti, she's going to be on up next.
Ready.
शाही जोड़ा पहन के आई जो बंधन के वही तो मेरी स्वीट हार्ट है शर्माई सी बगल में जो बैठी है दुल्हन के वही तो मेरी स्वीट हार्ट है शाही जोड़ा पहन के आई जो बंधन के वही तो मेरी स्वीट हार्ट है शर्माई सी बगल में जो बैठी है दुल्हन के वही तो मेरी स्वीट हार्ट है
Thank you, Stuti.
All
right, next up,
Beautiful.
thank you. Next one up is we have Lalan Mishra. He's a BSNA Life member. And before we begin his pieces, he'll be playing the flute. There's three pieces by him. I just wanted to give a little plug for Daisy and Lalan. They've started this brand new initiative. They want to encourage just going to read a few words. They're inaugurating a new program to promote the rich and vibrant aspects of Sanatan Dharma in our next generation. There's a broad range of topics to focus on. Some of the things they suggested was volunteering and sustainable development, such as community outreach. Also, there's going to be essays, video logs you can do, artwork, Sanskrit shlokas. They want to focus on integrating Sanatan Dharma culture in daily life. So as an incentive to the younger generation, they do have a cash award. So there's going to be different categories, and there will be a cash award for each of the different categories. So we'll be sending more information once we learn more information. There's a committee that's formed, and Daisy and Lalan will be telling us more information. We'll pass it along with you guys, but I just wanted to let you know that we're really happy that, you know, they're supporting, they're doing the most that they can to support the youth, and they want to encourage the youth to learn more about Sanatan Dharma, and they're trying to promote all this. So now Lalanji will be playing flute, and Zakir, please start the first piece. Thank you.
बढ़िया, beautiful.
Jai Jayati Jai Raghuvanshanatham. Flute
Yeah,
by Lalan.
बहुत बढ़िया, beautiful.
That's number 5. And the last piece is called Gray Ornam Illai, again by Lalanji. Flute. Thank you so much, Lalanji. That was beautiful. The next item we have is a Kajri Bhojpuri Geet by Archana, my older sister, and myself. So when we were younger, we used to listen to Mrs. Urmila Shukla. This is back in the 70s or 80s. She came from India and she sang a number of songs. And this is from one of her songs from her back in her days. It's called Kahawa Se Aawe Rama Kari Re Badariya, Archana and Ratna.
Wow, 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 wow.
काली रे बदरिया कहाँ से आवे रामा काली रे बदरिया गोइया कहाँ से गोइया कहाँ से आवे हरियरियाना गोइया कहाँ से आवे हरियरियाना पूरब से आवे रामा कारी रे बदरिया पूरब से आवे रामा कारी रे बदरिया पूरब से आवे रामा कारी रे बदरिया गोइया पश्चिम से हो गोइया पश्चिम से आवे हरियरियाना हो गोइया पश्चिम से आवे हरियरियाना काले के आवे रामा कारी रे बदरिया काले के आवे रामा कारी रे बदरिया काले के आवे रामा कारी रे बदरिया गोइया काले के आवे हरियरियाना गोइया काले के आवे हरियरियाना नीर लेके आवे रामा कारी रे बदरिया नीर लेके आवे रामा कारी रे बदरिया नीर लेके आवे रामा कारी रे बदरिया गोइया धीर लेके हो गोइया धीर लेके आवे हरियरियाना हो गोइया धीर लेके आवे हरियरियाना का कर आवे रामा कारी रे बदरिया का कर आवे रामा कारी रे बदरिया का कर आवे रामा कारी रे बदरिया गोइया का करे गोइया का करे आवे हरियरियाना गोइया का करे आवे हरियरियाना धरती जुड़ावे रामा कारी रे बदरिया धरती जुड़ावे रामा कारी रे बदरिया धरती जुड़ावे रामा कारी रे बदरिया गोइया हियरा हो गोइया हियरा जुड़ावे हरियरियाना हो गोइया हियरा जुड़ावे हरियरियाना हो गोइया हियरा जुड़ावे हरियरियाना हो गोइया हियरा जुड़ावे हरियरियाना
बहुत अच्छा
बहुत बढ़िया बहुत
Thank
बढ़िया
you, thank you.
Beautiful.
I just forgot to mention my
Beautiful.
dad was playing keyboard on that, so thank you, Dad.
Awesome.
Wonderful, very good.
हम आया हूँ
Awesome.
दुबे जी कहाँ वहाँ
है नीचे बैठे हैं सुन रहे हैं वो डैड YouTube पे देख रहे हैं.
Okay, okay.
So the last item is a East meets West. It's a fusion of East song and a West song. And this is by our Respect San Diego band. It's made up of, people from Canada, all over San Diego. So it's kind of like, all over the place. So they've had to coordinate all their, recordings and audio and video, coordinate all that. So we were, everything is good. I'm just going to mention, thank you to all the members. We'll start off with John Chatlani. He's playing guitar. Then we have Abhay Shankar Dubey, who's on tabla. Then we have Varun Chaturvedi, vocal. And then we have Rahul Pandey, who is on maraca. And then we have Nitin Chatlani on piano. Just want to thank Varun Chaturvedi for assembling the whole audio, streaming it together. And also Nitin Chatlani for doing the video portion of it. So again, this one is Respect, our local San Diego band. Last item from San Diego.
So,
Is it not?
Ratnaji,
Yeah.
is this is a recording, right, or live?
Yeah, it's a recording and a video.
Recording and a video. Oh.
Yeah, if you just
It
click
should
on
be
it.
the same folder, San Diego last
It's
one.
the
I think.
last one.
Okay.
Yeah, it doesn't have any name. I think they uploaded just shortly.
It just says
Oh,
8
that's
dash
why I
respect.
did not have it, because I don't have it. So yes.
Okay, it's the last one, 8 dash respect.mp4.
Oh.
Do you want me to get it?
No, I'm going there. I can
Okay.
see it. Okay. Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's
Now,
that. Yeah, it was a last minute upload.
yes, that's fine.
Thank you.